Bai Yan's return. 3. Grandma. Di Ling Yan squirms into Bai Ning's arm to gain a sense of protection after noticing the oppressive air around everyone. Ling Yan, the woman's heart ached at the little fella's innocent gaze that's staring up to herself. Why are you out here? Is your father awake already? Shaking her little head. No, father is still asleep in the bedchamber. When will mother come back? She's been gone for an awful long time. If mother is back, then I'm sure there will be a way to wake up father. The poor grandmother only kept silent at the careless remark. She wanted to say everything would be fine and that Bai Yan would return very soon, but that would be a lie and she couldn't do that to this little baby that's so innocent and kind. Ling Yan, I'm going to send you to a good place, okay? Huh? The girl blinks in a confused manner. Is grandmother going to leave me behind? No, of course not, silly. Swiping the baby's nose as a little tease, Bai Ning forms a smile to reassure her depressed granddaughter. The place I'm sending you to is where a friend of mine lives. He's a demon like you. I saved him by coincidence a long time ago and now he's currently resting there to heal. If I send you there, then I'm sure he will protect you knowing you're my family. This time it was Di Ling Yan to go quiet. Staring downwards in a contemplative manner, the girl apparently had to take a moment to process the idea before looking back up. Grandmother, is something going to happen to the demon city? Can't you solve it? Are those bad people coming back? Bai Ning undoubtedly became shocked by how perceptive this little child was. It's true she's trying to keep the baby out of harm's way by sending her away, but to be so easily exposed went beyond her imagination. You need to believe in grandmother here, Ling Yan. The city is fine. Showing a helpless smile, if something really is about to happen, then I wouldn't be able to send you away, would I? Grandma is lying. Something is clearly happening in the city. I'm not going. I'm going to stay here and wait for mother to come back. Pouting her lips, the demon princess stubbornly refuses. Unfortunately for the lass, the grandmother there didn't intend to give her a choice. Right as she's distracted, Bai Ning used one of her needles and poked the child's sleeping point. Ling Yan, I'm sorry. You're too smart, so grandmother here can only resort to such means. Grandma, growing increasingly faint as her little mind became more and more tired. Try as she might, Di Ling Yan eventually succumbs to the trick and fell fast asleep, but not before a trickle of tear came rolling down those eyes. Bai Ning saw this reaction and knew why. Tightly holding the baby up to give one last hug with her own face, the woman honestly wanted to keep her around but knew it could do only bad in that option. Grandma. It's then another soft and childish voice came from the rear. It's Di Tian, the baby girl's twin brother. He didn't hear the whole conversation but did catch the part where his sister fell asleep. What is Ling Yan doing? Your sister is tired and needs to rest. Bai Ning smiled as the boy tries to check up on his sister. Tian, do you want to go visit a paradise I own? There's a lot of delicious things there like fruits and candies. I'm sure you will find a lot of surprises there. That did it. The little glutton could be seen drooling right then and there, a sure sign he's been baited. I'm going, Grandma, take me. Smirking at her own success, Bai Ning finally felt a little proud at her own achievement. Compared to the granddaughter, this grandson was a lot easier to deceive. Bai Yan's return. 4. I'm sorry, Tian. Grandma here is not free to go with you. I will have First Elder take you though. Once you're over there, you must take care of your sister, okay? Okay. The little glutton desperately nodded without suspecting a thing. I will take good care of my sister. I will give her the delicious things first, so hurry, Grandma. Tell First Elder to take us now. I want to eat the delicious fruits. I wonder if the fruit there is as good as the Sky Mountains. I miss those fruits. The ones here aren't good at all, not sweet and all icky. Thinking up to here, Di Tian's lip immediately found his face forming into a pouting expression. He misses his old home where no one would hurt him nor try to steal his food away. Tian, go find your sister Mu Ying and have her go with you as well. I have something I need to say to First Elder. She says after noticing the arrival of the old elder. Some things mustn't be said in front of the boy, regardless of how gullible he was at heart. A while later, after the child was gone, the first to break the ice was the woman herself. First Elder, I need to ask you a favor. Please take the kids to a certain place to dodge the upcoming battle. Return if the fighting is done, but if I fall in battle, then don't bring them back. She may be showing a sad smile like someone facing death, but her eyes are strong and unyielding. Madam Bai Ning, you should take them instead. I will stay behind to defend the city. This crisis is ours to bear. Furthermore, you are the queen's mother, you shouldn't be staying to face such danger. The elder replies with a bittersweet smile of his own, knowing full what it means to stay behind. Shaking her head and causes the old senior to stare upwards in shock by what she says, Yen cares a lot about the demon realm. Whatever my daughter cares about is what I care about. I will guard this place while she is gone. If the city lives, then I live. If the city falls, then I will fall with it. The elder's heart shook as he got quiet. He could argue with that determination. Here, take this map, the route I've marked will likely be the safest. Also, she suddenly stopped as if she's thought of something bad. If I am unfortunate enough to face my end during the upcoming battle, then help me go back to the human world. Tell my husband it's my blessing to have met him in this life. I hope he can forgive me in not being able to return to him. I still have a brother and father over there, please help take care of them. At this moment, Bai Ning suddenly found that her life has too many things to worry and care about, but she really didn't have a choice in this matter. True, the woman did consider the idea of retreating from this city with all its residences, but what then afterwards? Go back to the main territory of the demon realm? It won't stop the forces of the celestial realm from invading, and what then? It would only create a bigger war and bigger casualty in doing so. What's more, Bai Yen hasn't returned yet. As her mother, Bai Ning doesn't want to leave without making sure her daughter was safe. First Elder had nothing more to say at this point. He knows persuasion was out of the question, and if he did make the lady leave, then who's going to defend the city? Himself? He would, of course, but the strength he held wouldn't be able to make a difference. Madam Bai Ning, I will remember your requests, and I will also protect the princess and prince with my life, that I promise. Closing his eyes like he's grown older, First Elder had to take a big breather before opening them again. However, his gaze was solid and firm, a sign he's going to see through to his vow at the cost of his own life. Bai Yan's return, 5. Demon City, there's only a loud rumbling ruckus outside its defensive walls at this point. Its defenders are now trapped with no way out. Have the demons get out here. Under the oppressive air of the looming sky, this chanting phrase kept echoing with no end in sight. Exactly then, as if to answer that demand, a snowy white figure came flying out towards this horde of enemies that want to destroy those inside. It's a woman, a very beautiful one at that. If not for the high and mighty gaze holding these people in contempt, the males here would have likely fallen for her at first sight. You're residents of this demon city? An old man wearing a robe made of linen material stepped forward, his eyes narrowing into an examining fashion. If I'm not mistaken, you should be a human, right? What? The crowd flew into an uproar at this unexpected news. As a human being, colluding with demons and monsters during this period was unheard of. It's equivalent to treason and would be executed without reason. And what if I'm human? The queen of the demon world is my daughter. I won't allow anyone to move against this city while that's so. Bai Ning sarcastically responds, showing not an ounce of shame and only pride at her daughter's status. By the time she finished, the demon soldiers stationed along the wall had already marched out of the gates to stand in battle formation. They're fully ready for what's coming since this was expected and not some surprise attack. Amongst the army ranks, the most eye-catching and noticeable would have to be the old goat Dragon Flame and his longtime compatriot from the underground world, half Qing Sing the Demoness with half a snake face. Although both of them knew their current strength wouldn't hold a candle against those demi-divine lords right now, it doesn't change their will to fight beside Bai Ning. Madam, the old man saw that the other side was human, so his initial killing intent had receded somewhat. Sighing like it's a shame to be fighting a fellow demi-divine lord, you should know what we are here for. For the sake of humanity, hand over the little princess under your protection and I will guarantee your safety. The other demi-divine lords here right now in the battlefield aren't from the Celestial Palace, so they're not as tyrannical in their behavior. Nevertheless, Death was a scary factor that could drive anyone to move if it's avoidable. Bai Ning's face only carried a cynical snarl at the demand. Death of the celestial realm has nothing to do with me, nor will I hand over my own granddaughter for your people's sake. Today, unless you can bury me under this soil, none will take another step forward. Charging in a flash, her figure descends from the sky at breakneck speed to attack the foe. She's done talking at this point. If so, then you leave us no choice. Likewise, the old man in charge of this fighting force also draws his blade to meet the assault head-on. Just like that, the curtain to this war has been drawn, signaling the start of the clash between demon and celestials. Bai Yan's return, 6. The battle did not last long before the members of the Celestial Palace appeared on the battlefield. Right away and without surprise, Keeper Ling was full of resentment along his old eyes after accessing the situation. He's literally grinding his teeth because he's now realized the deception. Truth was this old fella had been there for a while, just that due to fear of the woman, he had kept himself hidden in the back and kept watching. Then that's when the truth hit him after some observation. The strength portrayed by the woman was obviously different from the previous battle. In other words, he's been tricked by some secret method that could raise a person's power without any form of defect. Bai Ning didn't know nor care about the other side's thought though. She's entirely focused on the battle at hand due to how vicious the opponents are. Sure, the woman was a demi-divine lord, but fighting several foes at the same level was straining to say the least. For the rest of the demons defending the city, they aren't faring so well either. Many have died after the initial clash, with most suffering from some sort of wound by this point. However, the will to fight hasn't elevated in the least due to the deep hatred they had for the celestial realm. It's their life's goal to get payback for the humiliation their kind suffered a millennium ago, something that has fully ingrained into their bones from birth. Keeper Ling, didn't you say that Bai Ning is very strong and that we need to be wary of her? From the way I see it, she's no more than our equal at best. Speaking here was Keeper Yellow, the one who disliked the grumpy senior the most. I was deceived by her, that I admit. Keeper Ling immediately got all ugly in the face as he huffed a grunt over the remark. Regardless, it's a good thing for us knowing she's not as strong as I believed. Now we won't have to enact the previous plan and directly attack the city instead. The demon princess will be ours. Without further ado, the old senior shot out like a cannonball to begin his own redemption. Bang! Due to how unexpected the attack was, plus the fact that it came from her rear, Bai Ning had to struggle hard to swing around in time to force a palm strike of her own. Even so, the recoiling force from the impact of two immense powers were more than enough to send her stumbling backwards due to the loss of balance. But this effect was nowhere enough to satiate the grumpy keeper. Not giving the woman a chance to retaliate or to get her head together, he launches into a barrage like a mountain crushing down at an ant. He's relentless and had no intent to hold back. Keeper Yellow, you protect Ruoshi here, we will join the fight. She won't last much longer if we don't get the antidote soon. Furrowing along the brow, the kind Keeper Zun says before charging into the fray as well. He's got a bad feeling about all this but couldn't figure out why. Not long ago, Di Ling Yen and Di Jin Tian were both taken away by First Elder as planned before the final enclosure could be made around the city. And as a safety precaution, the Elder also took the crazy old coot with them in order to ensure there's no possible danger. For that reasoning, Winger did not leave with the group and stayed behind. The Queen is my lifesaver, and Madame Bai Ning is her mother. Standing beside the gate entrance was the Birdman himself. He could have fled on his own or tagged along with the part if he insisted, but his consciousness wouldn't allow that and kept him here in this station. He's been watching the fighting and had a grim outlook on the way the battle was turning out. Winger, what are you doing? Are you just going to keep standing here and watch while everyone dies before your very eye? No. I won't do this. She may not be here in person, but I must do what I can to protect her family. That's the least I can do for all the mistakes I've done so far. Bai Yan's return, 7. Due to the constant barrage of assaults from multiple opponents, Bai Ning's figure eventually started to show signs of overexertion. She's less agile and clearly whiter in the face as the battle dragged out. Noticing this, Keeper Ling wanted to press his advantage and push for another attack. However, It's exactly then the thunderous sky above their heads suddenly stopped rumbling and turned into a grayish mass. Bang! Not expecting to be attacked from the rear himself, the old grumpy keeper found his chest taking a heavy blow, thus causing a huge amount of blood to come pouring out of his mouth. "Who are you?" he asks with a shocked look in the face after regaining his footing. The old fella never experienced such a cold, hard glare before, and such power. It's actually making him feel uneasy inside. Winger, Yun Ruoshi became shocked as well by the sight. "No. It can't be. This is not the Winger that I know. That person is a weak-minded fool, not this one here with such an intense dominant aura. Who am I?" Winger chuckles sarcastically. "Yun Ruoshi should know me better than anyone here. I am the one she used for the past several hundred years and shoved aside once she was done." Keeper Ling's expression changed greatly, mostly in the irate fashion. "Ruoshi is not such a person, it's useless to frame her, we will not believe anything you say, fiend." "Frame her? Haha, as if she is worth me framing her? She took the queen's amulet and used it to mislead me, otherwise why else would I follow her orders for the past several centuries? Fortunately I now know the truth. It's you fools who are still being lied to by her and being toyed around like idiots." The keepers naturally wouldn't believe a single word from the Birdman, but that doesn't mean it would be the same for those not of the Celestial Palace. This was especially true for the demi-divine lords called upon for this battle. They have stopped fighting after the initial uproar from the weaker soldiers and are staring over to demand an explanation. "Keeper Ling, is what he said true or not? You need to give us an explanation." One of the leading figures in the battlefield comes forward, his voice heavy and demanding. "Keeper Ling." It's then the old witch spoke up using her weak but angry voice like she's been humiliated. "I do not know this demon, nor do I know why he's trying to frame me. I may not be some great saint in this world, but I am not one to be pushed over just because of my good nature. They've already stole my possession. This is unjust to say the least." Of course, compared to the words of a demon, these men from the celestial realm would much rather believe someone that's on their side. I didn't expect the demon realm to be this shameless. It's already one thing to steal other people's possession, then to turn it around and say it's the other side that's robbed you? That's right. Miss Ruoshi's amulet is something I've heard about as well. They say the one who controls the amulet will reign supreme, and that not just anyone can activate it. Even if you demons take it away, it's of no use to you. Upon hearing the voices of all those on their side trying to defend herself, the old witch's sickly mouth began to form a smirk. She's very cheeky due to her own success. Bai Yan's return, 8. So what if Bai Yan got those demons to take back the amulet? The people from the celestial realm will never believe her. Moreover, the old witch has also decided that Bai Yan doesn't have the ability to activate the amulet. If she did have the ability, then why did she give her the item all those years ago? Presumably. This amulet, it's not hers either. She probably snatched it from someone else as well. Winger's gaze grew even more colder now after being refuted. Originally, he wanted to stall for time until Di Tsong awakens, but it seems he underestimated the trust these people had for the Celestial Palace. Yun Ruoshi, I made a grave mistake when I mistakenly believed you. So today I, Winger, will use my life as proof to redeem myself. I am a member of the demon realm and will have nothing to do with the celestial realm. Boom. His momentum blows up like a storm after that vow, growing several times more powerful than earlier. If the Birdman's aura could be considered worrying for the enemy earlier, then he's downright threatening after powering up like this. Keeper Ling naturally perceived this drastic change. He's tremoring inside, not out of cowardice, but an instinctive fear of the opponent at a cellular level. So, without a single word, this arrogant and grumpy senior did the only thing that came to his mind: turn tail and flee to the rear for cover. The other keepers also reacted similarly. Sadly for them though, a few were too late in their pace. They simply didn't think it's possible for the demon city to hide someone so powerful that's not of the demon king. PFFFF. One of the slowest runners didn't even know what hit him then. Without a moment to retaliate, this poor keeper came crashing down to the ground in heavy thud, his eyes showing an intense fear at the ever-encroaching bird demon. Winger didn't have time to waste here though, like most people would be doing while they are at an advantage. He randomly picked up a sword from the battlefield and swung down at his decapitated foe, causing a huge gash to be ripped down the keeper's back. There's enormous blood splatter due to the destructive energy in there. This was exactly what Keeper Ling saw when he turned his head to take a look at his rear. It's horrific in the eye of this man, something he never even thought possible for a demi-divine lord to be slain so easily. Gritting his teeth, "Who the hell are you?" "The queen is my lifesaver. Because she is my lifesaver, I will not allow anyone to harm her family." A shudder ran through the old witch's heart after she heard what Winger said in his reply. She's very weak and needed to lean in against an old tree for support. Even so, this condition still didn't hinder her from clenching up those hands into a ball. But why didn't Winger show such power when following me? Why only when he's by Yan's side does he become this powerful? This man, did he do it on purpose? Deliberately hide his power? The more she thought about it, the more frustrated and irate this old witch became. Though to be fair, this time it's not Winger's fault for misleading the woman. It's not on purpose, rather it's for self-preservation from those hunting this birdman, which manifested into reality right then and there as the destructive lightning of purplish hue materializes above his head. Winger saw this change of course and it made him fall into a panic. He honestly thought there would be more time for him to move before his whereabout was known. But no matter, he's decided to see through to the end and won't stop even if it meant his burial would be at hand. By Yan's return, 9. The ones killed thus far may happen to be only from the Celestial Palace, but those summoned for this battle was still falling into a panic. They came to help win a war, not to throw their lives away. So, after a brief exchange of looks between themselves, these demi-divine lords all turned tail and fled in all directions like it didn't matter anymore. Winger didn't go after these individuals despite the opening. His focus remained solely on the keepers at hand. Like a mighty tiger that's been provoked, he flew for Keeper Yellow next and smacked a direct punch at his back, causing the old elder to shoot dozens of meters out in the process. Bai Ning didn't move despite being beside the birdman. She's just as shocked as the others because the guy didn't show any sign of being this powerful. Heck, if the woman had known the guy was this strong, she wouldn't have schemed on Keeper Ling and directly killed the old fella at the last encounter. Unfortunately, Winger did not know what's going through Bai Ning's mind right now, nor the old witch's for that matter. If he had only took a glance, even a simple whip of his eyes toward Yun Ruoxi, then he would surely discover the sour jealous glare coming his way. Damn him. That power should have been mine to use. How dare he betray me and turn to Bai Yan's side? In light of what she thought, the old witch felt more of a sense of regret than anger. If she knew how capable Winger was then she would never have treated him like so back then. Such a valuable tool was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Boom. Suddenly, right as the birdman was about to attack to finish off Keeper Yellow, a purplish bolt of lightning roared down from sky. It came way too fast, leaving the recipient without room to avoid. With a tremble after the hit, Winger felt blood swirling up from his throat but kept it down through sheer force and will. He's resolved to kill the members of the Celestial Palace. Until he succeeds, he won't stop. Madam Bai Ning, Uncle Dragonflame, all of you leave now, go. He cries out with anxious urgency. You, taken aback by the tone, Bai Ning makes a perplexed face. What's the matter? Go. Without explaining, Winger dropped this sentence and charged yet again. Perhaps the thunderbolt affected his strength too much, but the birdman could no longer finish off a demi-divine lord in one instantaneous blow. But even so, under his mighty fist, Keeper Yellow once again flew out several meters and puked even more blood. Haha, you demons are getting retribution from the heavens now, ah. The blood-ridden old elder coughs and laughs with deep cynical sarcasm. Sinking in his complexion, Winger once again throws another punch at a different keeper to vent his frustration. However, those sharp eyes of his never once left Keeper Yellow while speaking. If the demons have done so much bad things, then why are the thunders only going after me? Even if there is divine retribution, it's only directed at me. It's I who's done too many evil. Ha! You can ask Yun Ruoxi yourself. Ask her how many evil deeds I did in the past century for her. He won't allow anyone to frame the demon realm. If there's any blame to be had, then it's on him. He's going to shoulder it all. That's his conviction and determination. Against the retort, Keeper Yellow obviously wanted to say some more mocking words. However, he's not getting the opportunity because Winger obviously intends to kill him before he did so. By Yan's return, 10. As the destructive bolts of lightning grew more and more intense as it continued to blast Winger's unyielding body, the Birdman's outer appearance had fallen into a bloodied mess. He's struggling to keep up his strength, but it's obvious the strain was beginning to wear at his soul. You want to know what I did to deserve this? Do you? I'll tell you all. He yells with flaming ferocity. 200 years ago, there was a high divine in the Celestial Palace who didn't like Yun Ruo Shi and badmouthed her. As a consequence of that, she ordered me to kill that individual. I killed him like she wished. 800 years ago, she saw a demonic beast that refused to obey her. Guess what? She ordered me to catch it for her, and I did like she wished. That poor creature, that demon got skinned alive and then was left for dead in the mountains by her. With every word that came out of Winger's mouth, the more he trembled like he's venting the inner guilt and hatred he had for himself due to all the sins he committed. Not even the thunder could hide his emotional voice upon mentioning that story. He thought the old witch only wanted to contract that demonic beast, that's why he helped her catch it. To think the real reason was just because the vile woman only wanted to vent her anger. Then by the time he figured out what has transpired, it was too late. The creature was long dead by then. Worst of all, he did the stupidest thing possible afterwards. He forgave her. How dumb could he have been? Forgiving such a vile, evil being. Any normal person would have long left after that incident. 50 years ago, there were 2 maids in the Celestial Palace gossiping about the Celestial Lord and claimed they wanted to be his consort. They disappeared the next day. They didn't disappear at all. I'm the one who offed them after Yun Ruo Shi ordered me to. 30 years ago, as the details slowly came to light, Winger's momentum continued to grow more murderous. He's not able to muster more strength, but it doesn't hinder his killing intent from showing, and that's exactly what's happening. Now you tell me, why wouldn't the thunderbolts come after me? And these evil things, they're all done at the request of that Yun Ruo Shi. She also ordered me to kill the Demon Realm's prince and princess. Fortunately, I woke up in time and learned to refuse her request. At this point, the only keeper that hasn't been toppled over was Keeper Ling, the grumpy old fella who continued to resist the Birdman's relentless assault. However, the fight was done after the final thunder came down on Winger. The Birdman was on his last leg after that hit, causing him to throw up a mouthful of blood and falling to the ground. Naturally, Keeper Zun and the other toppled keepers were all very much stunned in the face. They are willing to believe the old witch with their hearts, but this story, it's too detailed to be false. This was especially true when the Celestial Palace did experience many mysterious disappearances over the years. That's also making the story more convincing. How could such a good girl do such a bad thing? Madame Bai Ning. Winger wanted to say some more. Sadly, his strength has been depleted by the thunder. Moreover, the strong woman herself wasn't untouched by the impacting force either. It's also hurting her. Winger, how can I help you? Is there any way to stop these lightnings? Bai Ning asked anxiously. The Birdman could do nothing but shake his head. He knows well enough that unless he dies, these thunderous clouds would never disperse. Bai Yan's return, 11. So, this time I will die without a doubt. In this instant, all that could come to Winger's mind was a lovely and stubborn little face, his cold eyes showing a flicker of reluctance at that image. Princess, I'm afraid in the future, I can't stay with you anymore. Watch out. Dragonflame saw how a lightning was directly coming down above Bai Ning and Winger's head, so he hurried to drag the woman away. The old goat wanted to save Winger too, but if he tried to move him as well, it would be a pointless effort because the target was obviously him. Boom. This time the impacting force was incredibly violent, more so than any other strike from before. And sure enough, Winger's body instantly exuded a burnt smell and appeared scorched and black. The old goat couldn't hold it in anymore despite his own fears of that power. Letting go of the queen's mother, he sped over to his acquaintance's son to see if he's fine. He knew it wouldn't be good, But the condition of the victim went beyond his expectation. Winger had reverted back to his bestial bird form and laid there silently on the ground. Winger! He calls out tentatively to see if there's a reaction. At this moment, the old goat felt indescribable pain as emotions ran wild in his old heart. Unfortunately, no response came of that beckoning. There's only blood, a reddish-burnt fluid seeping out of Winger's body, a sure sign that the worst possible outcome has befallen the victim. Against this sort of picture, Dragonflame knew it's too late for him to help. If it wasn't for these people from the celestial realm, he wouldn't have died. This is all those bastards' fault. Dragonflame, you go deal with those people, I'll think of a way to save him. Bai Ning says with clenched teeth, her eyes sharp as a knife while staring straight up at the looming cloud of electric might above their heads. Although Winger's status was that of a guard in the city, but make no mistake, everyone knew the Birdman could have fled without sacrificing himself. He's here because of Bai Yen. For that reason alone, Bai Ning mustn't give up even if it means challenging whatever powers behind that thunderstrike. Just as the proud woman's about to step forward to do the unimaginable, a light call suddenly came down from the rear. Mother? After hearing this voice, the startled woman gradually looked up, her sight slowly landing on a similar face to her own. Yen, when did you get back? Normally Bai Ning would have it no other way than to have her daughter return as soon as possible, but this moment here in the heat of a life-or-death battle, she didn't want to see the girl. Bai Yen did not answer Bai Ning's question, only descending with her son in tow from the sky. Mother, what's going on here? She didn't miss the burnt-looking bird on the ground and the incapacitated keepers further away. Bai Ning couldn't respond to that due to an unexpected change in the air. Right as the mother and son came down, this grandmother immediately noticed the power from the lightning promptly increasing and growing more tyrannical. Instead of focusing in on Winger like it did before, the lightning bolts are now focused entirely on Bai Yan's spot. Yen, be careful. The grandmother urgently raised a hand to drag her family behind herself. Thankfully she did so too because right afterwards, a lightning bolt had come striking down and leaving a deep hole right in front of them on the ground. Bai Yen gawked at the suddenness of it all. All she knew was that people from the celestial realm are here looking for trouble, but these thunderbolts, why would it want to kill her? Mother, are you all right? Furrowing in the brow, Bai Yen reaffirms everyone's well-being before looking for her own husband's shadow. It's within reason for this demon queen to expect her partner the demon king to be around when an invasion force was at their doorstep, yet Deetsong was nowhere to be found. At this realization, an uncomfortable sensation rattled the woman's heart. Did something happen to him? Where's Deetsong? She asks with a worried note. The sky's might, one. Taken aback by the question, Bai Ning took a moment to reply. There isn't any issue with Deetsong's body anymore, but he's no waking up yet so I don't know the situation either. Her words were akin to a rod, smashing down against Bai Yan's heart in heavy strides. In the end I came back way too late. Compared with the demon queen's anger and grief, Dragonflame only showed a look of joy along his old eyes. Queen, you are finally back. Before when First Elder left, he gave me a message that the king can be awakened by the jade pendant he left with you. Do you have it still? That's the best thing a worried wife could hear about their husband's condition. Without delay, really? It's true, Your Highness, that's what First Elder told me before he left with the prince and princess. Dragonflame replies with earnest tone. Bai Yen holds a lot of trust for this old goat so she didn't doubt the information. However, right as her finger's about to touch the jade pendant from Deetsong and hand it over, boom. Thankfully Bai Yen was ready and escaped in the nick of time after being nearly hit the first time around. There's heavy scorch mark from where she stood, which alarmed the now alerted demon queen that it's no accident or coincidence before. Without another thought, she tosses the important pendant over to the old goat. Dragonflame, you go back and save Deetsong, I'll handle the fighting here. These lightnings came for her, and now that her husband was unconscious, it's only right as the wife that she controls the front. She's a woman and not a baggage. Mother, you take Xianxia and leave as well. After saying this, Bai Yen immediately threw her son over without asking for consent. No, mother. The steam bun became scared at being removed. Out of reflex, he wanted to grasp onto the sleeve to go back. Unfortunately, those small little hands weren't fast enough. All of you leave. Boom. Like a moth captured by the flame, those thunderous bolts once again came firing down at Bai Yan's spot. Yenner! Bai Ning cries out in fright at this horrific scene. She also wanted to go save her daughter, but the child in her arm was a package she couldn't ignore. In the end, this desperate pair of grandmother and grandson could only watch the numerous streaks of death come flying down like a bombardment. Being the only healthy individual from the Celestial Palace around, Keeper Ling just couldn't keep his trap shut in cases like these. A scourge will always be a scourge. Look, even the heavens want your life. That's what you get for stealing the amulet from Ruoxi. You deserve all the retributions you are getting, ha! Shut up! Bai Ning flew into a furious rage. Swinging her sword out at the nasty old man that wants her daughter dead, she promptly catches the old bastard in the heat of the moment to cause a deep scar along the face. If you say one more word, then I will have my sword land on that Ruoxi's head next. You, going green at the indignation, Keeper Ling wanted to lash out but couldn't. He knows that with the woman's character, that's not an idle threat but a prediction. Most of the other keepers are still alive, but they're all injured in some way. That means there's no way to ensure absolute safety for Yun Ruoxi right now. Against such a risk, the old grumpy guy couldn't afford it. The sky's might too. Mistress, Half Qing saw the countless lightning spreading across the field and was appalled by the level of destructive might it controlled. What kind of power is this? This power was too much terrifying, beyond anything this snake demoness has ever seen. Bai Ning panicked at the scene. The woman thought her willpower would stop that body from moving on its own due to the boy in her arms, but that's apparently a wrong assumption on her part. Without realizing it, the lady was already rushing towards where Bai Yan stood. Run away, Yenner, run away. Get out of this place. But no matter how fast Bai Ning's reflexive reaction was, she could never beat a speed that was a natural calamity. Before those feet could budge an inch, Bai Yan's figure had already been covered in a whole column of purplish bolts of death. From the various keepers' view. Do you remember that man, what he said to us? The kind keeper Zun stiffly looks up, his body rigid and shaking due to what he's seeing. There's fear and disbelief hovering in those old eyes. He said that once the whole sky is covered in a sea of purplish thunder is when those long-forgotten entities will descend upon this world. Only the bearer of the crescent-shaped amulet can save us, our salvation. And the sword he left us, don't you find that the thunder in front of us very similar to the power inside the sword? Yun Ruoxi the old witch was more afraid than any of the keepers right now, for she knew what it could mean for herself. The calamity has come? Is this what they meant by the calamity? No way. The predicted time is still far away. How can it be now? Who can survive under this power? Thank goodness. Thank goodness my body isn't recovered yet. This way those keepers will still protect me as their last remaining hope. At the very least, I can survive for a while longer. Tightly biting her own bits, the old witch may be able to fool her own mind, but make no mistake, the trembling in her body wasn't unknown to this woman. The reasoning? It's due to how appalling and horrific that lightning storm was. Boom. In this second, this very moment, Bai Ning felt like her entire world's collapsing as she watched her daughter become engulfed in that horrific mass of light. Mother! Bai Shuchen as well, he's crying out with excruciating pain plastered all over his face. But what did Mother do wrong that everyone wants us dead? We never provoked anyone on our own. It wasn't until the smoke cleared before everyone could see what's truly transpired, but when they did, the ghastly scene wasn't what they expected. Instead of the woman being torn to shreds, the huge bird that was Winger had shielded the intended recipient and took the blunt of that barrage. Imagine being near death and sustaining a second lethal blow of unimaginable proportion. There's no way Winger wouldn't die from this under normal circumstances. How could this be? Half Qing the snake demoness cusps her mouth in disbelief and shock. Isn't Winger dead before? How could he have gotten up on his own after sustaining the first injury? Impossible, that couldn't have been possible. The sky's might, 3, have we met before? Bai Yen asks the huge bird, shielding herself with furrowed confusion. She doesn't know why either, but the lady here got this strange sensation that they know each other from somewhere. As if to answer that question, Winger's dreadful-looking face showed a reaction in the form of opening those tightly shut eyes. He doesn't know if Bai Yen here was the same person from back then in that dark place, but he does know one thing: the warmth he felt, he's feeling it right here from this person. That's all he needs to know. That flicker of warmth keeping him going all those years ago has returned. Are you all right? Bai Yen asks again, her voice growing emotional for reasons unknown to herself. No words came though from the bird. Make no mistake, Winger should have been down and at his last legs before, Dragon Flame and the rest was sure of it. However, he stood back up out of sheer will. That's the determination he had in protecting the light in his heart. Bai Yan's expression changed after realizing what's going to happen to her savior. Trying hard to push the huge bird aside so the lightning wouldn't hit him anymore. Let go of me. If you continue like this, then even your soul will perish. She still doesn't know who Winger was, but in her previous life too many have sacrificed themselves for her. Allowing more in this life went against everything she stands for. Despite the plea, the huge bird didn't budge. Not because Winger didn't want to, of course, rather it's due to his draining life force. Merely opening those eyes were all he could muster in his current state, let alone budge his huge body. You let go, I'm ordering you to let go. At this point Bai Yan's voice had started to tremble with pain, which manifested in the form of flowing tears that she didn't thought would come. Not far away, Yun Ruo, she was taking this all in with begrudging hatred. She's jealous, venomously jealous at the way the bird was protecting her arch-nemesis. Why didn't Winger offer to die for me when he followed me? Why is he willing to die for that bitch instead of me? If I had known this Winger will betray me, then I would have tortured the bastard to death. Now it's all benefiting that bitch Bai Yan. Just when the venomous which wanted to do something out of frustration, Bai Yan's roaring laugh suddenly cuts her off. There are tears mixed in with that laughter, but more were leaning towards a sort of dismissing arrogance at the world. I don't care what you are or where you're from, but I know one thing. You're not a heavenly thunder. Go ahead and send it my way if you got the ability. I will show you that you're nothing. I, Bai Yan, am not afraid of anyone. Whoever dares to hurt the people around me will pay sooner or later. I will slaughter you all. Bang. After saying this taunt, Bai Yan found the strength to finally push the bird, shielding herself aside so he doesn't get caught in the crossfire. There's proud light gleaming out of the lady's eye, which showed how much of a contempt she had for the thunder above her head. Sure enough, the looming clouds began to swirl and rumble even harder as if enraged by the mockery. There's no one here who couldn't feel the intensifying pressure in the air. That's how much power was gathering for the next blow. Despite the incredible scene taking place before their very eyes, not everyone was hypnotized on the lady. Keeper Zun here was one of the more aware of his surroundings when he turned to the old witch. Ruo Shi, I remember you said you made a connection with the amulet a few days ago, didn't you? Sounding guilty in her voice. Only a little though, I can't be sure if I can activate the amulet. Plus, I am now poisoned by the toxin inside my body. I'm afraid it will affect my ability to perform. The skies might we can't care about it so much anymore. This is not a thunderstorm, it's the calamity itself. If we don't find a way to stop it, then it will just be a matter of time before the entire celestial realm becomes destroyed. Sinking in the face until it's a dark shade, Keeper Zun struggles but manages to get himself upright to face Bai Yan. Demon Queen, hand over the amulet. What amulet? Don't pretend anymore, Ruo. She have already told me everything. You had your subordinate steal it from her and wants to become the amulet's owner. I'm telling you now, that powerful individual said there can only be one owner and that only Ruo she can activate it. Even if you have the amulet, it's useless to you. This was one of the main reasons they endured the old witch's incompetence for all these years. In these old keepers' mindset, aside from Yun Ruo Shi, no one else could activate it. The amulet is not with me. Dropping this answer, Bai Yan turns away to confront the thundercloud like she heard something stupid. Getting uglier in his old face, Keeper Zun doesn't give up. Demon Queen, unless you hand over the amulet, then no one can live through the calamity. We won't demand the hand-over of your daughter anymore. All we ask is you return what you stole so we can all live. The amulet is here with me. Just then, an old voice came from the direction of the city's gate, which caught Bai Yan's attention right away due to its familiarity. Don't worry, mistress, I have given the pendant to the king as you instructed. I am back because of your amulet now. That said, Dragon Flame promptly raised his hand to reveal the crescent-shaped object. Keeper Zun recognized the amulet of course and flew into a joyous outcry. That's it, that's the amulet. Return it at once and our celestial palace will not blame you for stealing it. Ha! The old goat merely laughed at the demand. Do you think things will be settled just because you say so? This is my mistress's property to begin with. Since that Yun Ruo she kept it for so many years, our demon realm will naturally want some interest back for the loan. Without hesitation, the old goat threw the object in his hand out for Bai Yan to catch. Bai Yan felt it the first second she held all heavens in her palm. It's regenerating her wounds at an incredible speed and refreshing her soul. All heaven, she murmurs with emotional attachment, you're finally back. Quit pretending, Bai Yan, Keeper Zun lashes out. He's annoyed thinking it's a pretentious act. You only found out its name through Ruoshi's mouth. We won't be fooled. We all know you're the scourge of the celestial realm. The prophecy foretold your undoing so you can stop the act. In these old fools' mind, Bai Yan was the scourge that would bring destruction to all while Yun Ruo she was the savior and would save them all. That's why they would do what they did back then, murder Bai Yan and her unborn child. The sky's might 5. Bai Yan slowly closes her eyes, ignoring the old ignorant fool words to focus on the peace inside herself. Grandma, what's wrong with mother? Bai Shachen nervously holds onto Bai Ning's hand and asked with those big eyes of his. He's afraid of the worst possible outcome coming true again. Bai Ning did not answer the child's question though, only fixing her eyes solely on her own daughter and not knowing what to think of it. Suddenly, the amulet bursts forth a gentle light, shrouding both Bai Yan and Winger in a ray of warmth since he's right beside the lady. Originally Keeper Zun still wanted to continue his persuasion when this occurred, however, he stopped on the very second that light exploded out to cover the two. He's frozen there, standing like an idiot that didn't know what to make of this reality. What's going on? Why is this not making sense? Is the world making a joke with us? Why is Ruoshi's amulet showing a reaction to Bai Yan? The old witch also saw this, of course. Likewise, she froze for a little bit before breaking out into horror and panic. In a brisk of instinctive desire for survival, she rushed for Bai Yan's spot in order to steal the amulet back. Bang! Unfortunately for the deceiver, things won't turn out that easily in a situation like this. Before Yun Ruo she could even make contact with those filthy claws of hers, the light shrouding Bai Yan and Winger suddenly turned fierce and threatening, blowing her out dozens of meters away and letting her puke blood due to the recoiling force. Bai Yan, it's mine, that's mine, return it to me, give me back what's mine. She gave me the amulet back then so it's mine now, what right does she have in taking it back? If it was in the past then the keepers would crowd over to help pick the old witch up, yet no one did today. They're too focused on what they're seeing and forgot she existed. I don't remember what happened 1,000 years ago anymore. Her eyes sneering and full of contempt at Yun Ruo, but I once had a dream. I dreamed that I personally handed all heaven over to a little girl by the name of Ruo so it can protect her, but if I had known you were such a backstabbing witch inside then I would never have done so. It's only at this point and moment in their lives does the keepers of the celestial palace know what it means to be smacked with a stick. This stick, it hits them hard and dizzying, leaving them unable to think properly. Did Bai Yan just say? She gave her the amulet? With their understanding of the old witch's personality, they naturally would believe it to be untrue. But it's clear that the amulet activated because of Bai Yan's touch. It protected her. Turns out, they're the idiots. 1. From livid to despair, it's incredibly hard to describe the sort of faces Keeper Zun and the others were making right now. What's going on here, Ruoshi? Tell me what's going on. The kind keeper almost could breathe due to how much panting he was making. We believed in her for 1,000 years, spoiled her for 1,000 years, and at the end of the day the amulet goes and recognizes someone else as the owner? Ha! It's ridiculous, it's ridiculous. I don't know, ghostly pale in the face, this slick-tongued deceitful liar that was Yun Ruo. She finally met her match today. No matter how smooth and quick-witted that brain of hers was, it's not going to help against reality. I really don't know. Ha! You don't know. You're telling us you don't know. The more he laughed, the more the tears came rolling down Keeper Zun's eye. Yun Ruo, we believed in you, we doted you, and now all you have to say to us is you don't know? This time, it's not only the kind-hearted keeper who's been chilled to the bone, the others are also shocked and despairing over the truth. Truly, none of them wants to admit to the fact that their choice a millennium ago was wrong. Ha! As if you people can't tell what's going on here? The old goat casually steps forward. This woman over there stole my mistress's amulet and claimed to be all heaven's owner. All right, that name too, she only learned of it through my mouth before. Why else would you idiots not hear about it prior until recently? Keeper Zun became painfully regretful as he closes his eyes slowly. He wants to change the past, but all that came was a weak helplessness from within. Indeed, until recently, we never even heard of the amulet having a name. 1,000 years, Yun Ruo, you deceived us for 1,000 years. Quivering in the lip, the kind keeper bitterly mutters this aloud. Back then 1,000 years ago when all was well, they too had a good image of Bai Yen when the old coot brought her back. Who wouldn't like a good talented young girl, right? But it all changed once Yun Ruo came. She was brought into the celestial palace by Bai Yen herself. According to the story told to them, the girls are childhood friends and that Yun Ruo's older brother died protecting Bai Yen, hence the strong level of affection between the two. Going by that detail, it's estimated that's also the time where the amulet was given out to Yun Ruo by Bai Yen. It's for the older brother's sacrifice. But they didn't tell anyone about the exchange, otherwise why else would these keepers turn on Bai Yen after being framed as the scourge of the celestial realm? Turns out, they're the idiots too. Isn't that funny? Keeper Zun did not hold back the self-mocking laughter inside of himself after that thought. When looking over to Yun Ruo, his eyes are now entirely filled with disappointment and nothing more. Keeper Zun, you listen to me, it's not like this. The old witch panics and wants to defend herself. However, this poor image she's trying to portray only deepens her guilty image. If you want us to believe in you again, then it's possible. If you can hold on to the amulet, then we will. Hearing this from the senior brought a flicker of hope to the woman's eye. She knows all heaven wouldn't give a reaction to her possession, so she's assuming the amulet wouldn't resist her either. Whatever the case may be, this deceitful old witch had no other choice but to push on. Bringing her broken body up from the ground, Yun Ruo staggers forward in a frantic manner for the only chance laid before her eyes. Bai Yen didn't hold the other side in her view, though despite what's drawing closer, she's too immersed in her own world right now. Stop right there. Bai Ning wasn't as unfazed as her own daughter though. The lady flew into a rage at what's happening and wanted to push the other side away. However, in truth, she did not need to do anything because a gush of light poured out of the amulet and rocketed the old witch out. Imagine that. Yun Ruo had already been poisoned and injured from the repeated blows from the past. Now she's being forced to bear another blow from all heaven. No matter how resistant this cockroach was, she's not going to come out unscathed this time around. But Winger is like that, and now this amulet is like that too. Why is everyone abandoning me after Bai Yen returns? Sprawled onto the ground with blood continuing to pour out of her mouth, Yun Ruo had nothing but despair plastered all over those eyes. You robbed my mother's things before, so now it's considered rightfully returned. Bai Shachen chimes in, his big blue eyes sharp and daggering at the foolish one that's on the ground. Despite his young age, the child's already showing the signs of a king, similar to his old man's there. Ho ho, the old goat also speaks up, knowing what everyone was thinking and questioning. All heaven is not a dead object or mortal item. Before it went into slumber because my mistress was not around, and now that she's returned it's only normal for the amulet to awaken. Also, he pauses, turning to meet the old witch's despairing gaze. Before, when my mistress gave you all heaven, she wanted it to protect you, so it did, but that doesn't mean all heaven doesn't have a will of its own. When it saw the cruelty and backstabbing nature of your character after you betrayed my mistress, it stopped sheltering you and went into slumber. That's what you get for repaying my mistress's kindness with evil. You deserve every bit of karma you get. It's exactly like Dragonflame said. All those years ago when Bai Yen and Yun Ruoshi were still good friends, the amulet did do its part in sheltering the old witch with its miraculous powers. However, that all changed once it saw the fox cub being skinned alive by the old witch. Afterwards, the amulet went into a deep silencing slumber, refusing to activate itself again until this day. Freezing over the truth being pointed out, Yun Ruoshi flew into a rage of her own. Without a care anymore for her own image, she disgustingly snarls back at the old goat like it's some kind of joke. She treating me well? If she treated me well, then why did she not have that old coot take me in as a disciple? All she had to do was say a word and that's all. Why are all the good things taken over by her and I'm left with nothing? Pausing as a huge cough overtakes her throat, the old witch seemingly overexerted herself in that rant. If she is nice to me, then why is she taking the amulet back? She gave it to me, so it's mine now. Why should I return it just because she deems it so? If I didn't scheme in delaying it, then she would have snatched it back months ago. Turns out, they're the idiots. 3. Towards the hissing sound of animalistic instinct from the old witch, many were shocked with even more horrified by what they're seeing. It's beyond what many thought of the woman based upon the fake image she portrayed, thus causing their brains to clunk up into a stupor. Ro Shi Keeper Zun was among the shocked individuals here. This kind elder got so overwhelmed that he had to take a step back to gain his footing and to let his mind work through the information. Still in her own world and snickering derisively at everyone, Yun Ruoshi continues to howl out her inner darkness. If she didn't want to steal away my amulet and stole the Lord's heart, I wouldn't have wanted to harm her either. Keeper Zun, you told me what the amulet can do and its amazing properties, so why should I give it back to her? If I did, my good days would be over. Don't you people get it? Ruoshi. Coming back from his initial shock like everyone else, Keeper Ling also lashes out in livid fashion. He's shaking extremely hard due to the swelling emotions of betrayal from within. Tell me this instant that what you said there is not true. Tell me that right this instant. Among the many keepers that looked after her, Yun Ruoshi had the best impression of Keeper Ling, who was among the grumpiest. He treated her the best, so a level of warmth did become born within the witch's heart. However, right as she's about to respond in kind, a derisive and self-mocking laugh cuts her off. What am I doing? What's the point in even listening anymore when reality is in front of me? Yun Roshi, you witch, how dare you deceive us for 1,000 years? How laughable, to think I was just saying Bai Yen couldn't amount to an ounce of her goodness. Talk about a face slap I did to myself. Biting her own lips tightly, Yun Ruoshi started to quiver because even that flicker of warmth she had inside died off. Keeper Ling, Ruoshi, do you know how much of a crime you committed? We poured a millennium into you, forced the Lord to marry you, and killed Bai Yen for your sake. Now the Lord won't even return to the celestial palace because of that. Now you're showing us the amulet all heaven isn't yours to begin with? Do you know what you've done? What you've caused? You've doomed us all. Somber in the face, Keeper Ling the grumpy senior only had despair and pain coursing through those eyes. Yun Ruoshi, even if you die 1,000 times over, you still can't erase your own crimes. Others from the celestial palace are also very unstable in their emotions, all wanting to slaughter the old witch to satiate their anger. Yun Ruoshi naturally didn't get it still, of course, considering the sort of character that was herself. She's confused, not able to comprehend why all her former allies would turn so quickly and want her life after the truth came out. In her mindset, even if she's not the supposed savior, there should still be some sort of feelings in there since they spent a millennium together, right? Keeper Ling, I didn't harm the celestial realm. I did not, I only hurt Bai Yen. Instead of mounting a proper defense in her argument, that sentence only aroused a stronger level of hatred from the keepers. Turns out, they're the idiots, for, had it not been for the serious injuries they suffered by the hands of Winger, These old keepers would all be up in arms towards the old witch at this point. Worse was the fact that they could tell Yunruo she had no remorse over her own actions, thus infuriating their hearts even further. Why didn't you tell us Bai Yen is the real owner of the amulet? Keeper Zun almost could hold himself back there despite his good kind nature. Why did you impersonate her identity? I didn't. She gave me all heaven, so that means I am its owner. I didn't impersonate her, huh? Keeper Zun's tone now got cynical and irate. Then did I ever tell you the amulet can only have one owner in this life? You said nothing despite that fact. I suspect you are purposely conspiring to destroy our world. Yunruo, she just stared dumbfoundedly over the accusation. It's true she's jealous of Bai Yen and went through long lengths to destroy her former friend, but she's never once thought of ruining this world. Why can only Bai Yen get the good stuff in this world? We are both the same, born from the same area, lived similar lives, so why does everyone turn to her and give her everything while I get nothing? The Celestial Lord loves her, the Demon King secretly loves her, and everyone in the Celestial Palace respects her. And she's not only talented, she's also more beautiful than I? Even those maids under her never treated me with respect. Keeper Zun, I was wrong, I know my fault, please forgive me. Climbing up to the old senior's leg and clinging onto it, I am simply too jealous of Bai Yen, that's why I didn't dare tell you any of those things. You know me, you know I'm not the scheming type, I really didn't mean to. If it was in the past, then the kind keeper would surely believe her lies, but the little tidbit about her not being the scheming type only infuriating him even further. Seeing her false plea having no effect on Zun, the old witch instead turns to Keeper Ling as her last resort. Please, Keeper Ling, you always doted me the most, you wouldn't really hurt me, would you? Scram. Returning from his initial painful look, the grumpy keeper directly kicks the woman away so that she wouldn't touch him. Love and pain always go hand in hand. The more the love, the more the pain. He's fond of Yunruo, that's true, but that's only under the premise of her being the savior. Furthermore, he didn't know her true face to be so vile and disgusting, which only impacted him all that much more. Heck, it's a wonder he hasn't slain the old witch by now. That's how much humiliation and hurt this old senior felt inside. Feeling the hurt after being ruthlessly kicked away, Yunruo hurries to scan the area in a circle for help. However, what she found wasn't the familiar eyes of those who cared for her, rather it's the strange glares of anger and disgust. In that instant, the woman only felt humor and mockery as she cried out those tears. So all they ever cared about is my status as the savior, the owner of the amulet? They never once cared about me as a person? So that's 1,000 years worth of time with them is worth nothing. I see how it is now. Ha, she murmurs a laugh like she's finally resigned to her own fate. Turning to Bai Yen, who's still inside that pillar of light, the old witch burns with jealousy once again. Bai Yen, you really shouldn't have come back, you never should have. But, don't think you've won everything. Take a good look around, look at these people from the Celestial Palace and their faces, they are the ones who murdered you 1,000 years ago and now demands your help. Going back? 1. After saying this, Yunruo's eyes shifts back to Keeper Ling and the others, her laugh sardonic and cynical as well. Whether or not I have deliberately misguided you bunch before isn't the issue anymore, it won't change the fact that it was you all who hurt her. Don't forget, it's Keeper Ling over here who killed her and ruined the baby in her stomach. You still think she's going to help the Celestial Palace? How laughable, huh? Rage spewed out of Keeper Ling's eyes at being called out. You shut up. Unfazed, the old witch merely closes her eyes in anticipation for what's to come. She's fearfully frightened inside, but no matter what, she's not going to let them see that. Of course, out of grudging smite she knows, this time, she had lost everything. Status, pampering him. Bai Yen, looking embarrassed, Keeper Zun speaks first after resolving the struggle in his heart. Before we allow us to sincerely apologize for what we've done. Indeed, we did a lot of wrong things under Yunruo's deceit, but even so, I hope you can return to the Celestial Palace with us. His eyes are full of guilt because as long as the thought of Yunruo tricking them into doing all those things continue to hover in his head, he would gnash his teeth in frustration. Bai Yen did not respond though. She's silently staring at the glowing amulet in her hands like she's hypnotized into a different world. Keeper Zun only got more embarrassed as he got ignored. Wanting to do something, the old senior forces himself up from the ground to walk closer to the woman despite the pain. Yet right as he did so, a small body of a child gets in his way to block the path. "You're not allowed to come near my mother." My mother hates you, and I want to kill you. In the previous life I wasn't born yet, so that allowed you villains to hurt my mother, but no more. I am here now and won't let anyone make a move against her." There's extreme wariness in the little guy's face when glaring at Keeper Zun, which only reinforced the idea of how much wrong these supposed men of righteousness have committed over the years. And sure enough, of the many individuals who came today from the Celestial Palace, not one could keep a straight face that indicated they were free of guilt. For example, Keeper Ling had always been the most arrogant and stubborn of the bunch due to his grumpy nature. However, not even his thick skin could keep himself from flushing red due to shame. He's got an attitude that's true, but he's not an evil, vile individual who did everything out of selfish desire. He really did want to save the celestial realm. It's one of the main motivations for his past crimes. Bai Yan, the grumpy keeper, slowly steps forward like his peer, those eyes gaunt with pain and guilt. "I know what I've done. What we've done can never be redeemed. I ask for nothing for ourselves, but for the world that we live in. In order to combat the great calamity that's to come, we need your help. If it's our lives that you want for that help, then we will offer our heads as the price." Compared to the long-term survival of all living things, they as the protectors must take responsibility. It's their duty and their consciousness speaking. Going back? 2. Unfortunately for these pleading fools, the answer was once again utter silence. Since the moment Bai Yan fell into her trance-like state, the lady has not once responded to anything or anyone. She's fully enveloped in her own inner world of blurry images. Then suddenly, something occurred with the pillar of light shrouding the lady. It fluctuated, giving no obvious sign of what happened in that moment. However, the woman herself felt it from the inside. Bai Yan's been wandering aimlessly for a while now inside a strange void due to all heaven's effect, but her aimless wandering didn't last long when a huge towering structure suddenly appeared in front. She halted, baffled and surprised by the familiarity of the building. It's a skyscraper. There are also people, from what she observed, mostly men and women, chatting with a smile on their faces as they carried out their business. However, what caught Bai Yan's attention were the clothes they wore. Each and every one of them had the same type of clothing people on Earth wore. This is Earth? Realization dawned on the lady, knowing full well what the image represented. Does all heaven want me to return to Earth? Right as Bai Yan's brain became stalled by her own thoughts, a faint yet distant voice echoed over, wooing her to move forward and that there's something she must retrieve from the other side. "Why Earth? I'm originally from the celestial realms, so what could possibly be over on that side worthy of retrieving? Can it be? I only got reincarnated on Earth the previous time because all heaven sent me over there?" Just as she's pondering on what to do and the consequences of leaving so abruptly, a warm light pounced over without indication, shrouding her and melting that fading figure. Demon City, outside the city gate. Bai Xiachen had just swung his head around to check up on his mother when he saw the mildly transparent body of Bai Yan's figure. Immediately, the boy's face went bleakly white with shock. Without another thought, the young lad threw himself over to his mother's leg to cling onto it, refusing to let go like he's afraid doing so would wind up with him being abandoned. "Yener, Xiachen." Bai Ning also saw this scene and flew into a horrific shock. She also wants to enter the light to be not left behind. However, the resistant pushed her back and causes the grandmother to stumble backwards. "Grandma," Bai Xiachen speaks to comfort his grandmother, "I think all heaven is sending me and mother to another place. We might not be able to return for a while. Please take care of my siblings while we're not around." "No." Panicking now after getting that detail, Bai Ning tried several more times to enter the light pillar to no avail. She's being repelled repeatedly like all the rest. "Where are you going? Don't leave. Don't go." Her voice carried a heart-wrenching tone that could make anyone tear up. Even so, this poor grandmother had no other choice but to watch her own daughter and grandchild slowly disappear from this world. Bai Ning crumbled then after the fact, paralyzed on the ground like a lifeless doll that's devoid of energy. There's hollowness in those eyes, which gradually transformed into a burning fire when they landed on the keepers not far away. Exactly then, as if timed, a painful howl of a roar bursts forth from the city, followed closely by a purplish figure zooming out from the palace and onto the battlefield. This new entry had a devilish look that could mesmerize any living female, yet his face had nothing but panic and distress plastered all over the surface. "Where's my wife? Where's Yen Yen? Tell me, where did my wife go? Where did she disappear to?" Going back? 3. Di Tsang may not have personally witnessed his wife and son's disappearance from this world, but the linking contract between Bai Yen and himself told the Demon King all that he needed to know. The man couldn't sense the connection at all, and that worried him greatly. "Speak, Dragon Flame, where is my wife?" he asks with bloodshot eyes. Taken aback at being called out there, the old goat had to take a good second to gather himself in order to mutter a response. "I don't know, we watched her and the young prince disappear before us. I don't know where they went." "Disappear? Humph. There is no place that I can't reach in this world." Di Tsang slams his fist against the ground and makes a huge denting crater on the earth, his voice hoarse and outraged at the incompetence of his followers. "Go find State Teacher and summon him back. I want to see him right away." Aside from himself, there's only one other person in this world Di Tsang could trust, and that would be the seemingly always missing State Teacher who haven't shown his face for a good while now. Somewhere else in the demon realm, a certain charismatic individual was currently staring up at the blood-colored moon when he suddenly sneezed. It's as if some predator had locked their eyes onto him from the back. "It looks like something have happened to Her Highness the Queen." He sniffles his nose and returns his gaze over to the pool not far away. There's a naked sleeping girl currently soaking in it. "As long as you stay here for 49 days, then the seal in your body will be lifted. It's safe here, so nothing will happen after I leave. When that time comes, we will meet again in the celestial realm." Whisking his sleeve after the thought, State Teacher began walking away through the flower field, his figure moving casually yet incredibly fast that it left afterimages in his wake. Just then, exactly at this moment, the girl began to stir, flicking that eyelash and furrowing that forehead like she's in pain. That complexion also turned a palish white, showing how bad of a dream she was having. It's the effect of having the seal lifted, thus allowing the floodgate of past memories to come swimming back to herself. Like how her older brother fell in love at first glance with the woman from the celestial realm, then of how she supported him and suggested all those dumb ideas of wooing said woman. Of course, all those bad ideas turned out poorly and resulted in her said brother being shooed out the door by a broom. It both shamed the family and the entire demon realm. Then later on, the unexpected occurred and the woman got persecuted by the celestial realm, letting her older brother finally winning the lady's heart after saving her life. Because of that affection, a new life was formed and a baby would soon be upon them. Di Xiaowan could still vividly remember her reaction to the news of a possible nephew or niece then. She tagged along with her sister-in-law everywhere, not wanting anything bad to happen. Sadly, in the end she failed and the unborn child was lost as well as her sister-in-law. So my past is like that. Older brother and sister-in-law had long known each other and it's only in this life that they can be together. Celestial realm, it's all because of the celestial realm that everything happened in the past. They persecuted her and forced the family apart. Shooting her eyes open, there's anger and hatred filling the beautiful girl's face. 49 days? I'll stay here for 49 days, afterwards I will definitely go to that celestial realm and find those bastards. I don't care who will stop me, nothing will in my way. Earth, 1. Atop a towering snow peak without a hint of civilization, pristine and white due to the shimmering cold substance which blanketed this ground, Bai Yen slowly comes to after being thrust into the light. She rubs her forehead, feeling the stinging pain of crossing over time and space. The lady had no illusion about what she experienced there. The uncomfortable sensation that's throbbing in the forehead told her all that it needed to confirm the fact. However, what did catch the lady by surprise was the familiarity of the place she's landed herself in. Is this the Merry Snow Mountain? According to her old memories of living back on Earth, this Merry Snow Mountain was the exact place where she attempted that feat of concocting a 9th-grade Dan pill, and also the very place where she got struck down by the lightning bolt due to her own carelessness and rash act. I'm back? Hurrying to glance down to her own clothes to confirm this wasn't all just a huge ruse by her own head, perhaps the other world was all just a dream maybe? Anyways, Bai Yen saw the familiar red dress she wore before coming. For that, she's relieved. Looks like my original body did get destroyed by the thunder back then, so this time my body is the new one from the other world. But where's my son? Where's Xianxia? Searching the nearby vicinity, the mother couldn't find any traces of the boy. That could only mean one thing: the lad got transferred to another location other than the mountain here. I will need to get off this peak and look for him. I'm sure he's worried with me not around him. In this region where Bai Yen lived in her previous life, there are 4 small hidden clans that wielded a lot of influence. The Bai clan was among the ranks before she died. It's also where her mother hailed from. Following that was the Wen clan, Fu clan, and the Tian clan. Under normal circumstances, Bai Yen should technically be called Wen Yen due to her father being part of the Wen clan. Unfortunately, that coward Wen Shan abandoned his wife during the crucial moment when the Fu clan and Tian clan attacked the Bai clan as a united front. The man claimed that the other 2 parties had the rumored support of the Water clan, the head boss of them also. He didn't dare move against the foe out of fear for the risks involved. In the end, the Bai clan fell into ruins and Bai Yan's mother and grandparents from that side of the family all died in that day. Since then, she changed her surname and left home of her own accord, never to return. All heaven, is it you affecting me by restricting my powers? Just now, the lady finally noticed the limit on her own powers after trying to tap into it. It's still there, but there's no way to control it, presumably the act of her amulet. It's understandable in a way. Bai Yen could relate to why. After all, Earth was a world without much spiritual energy in the air. Imagine a celestial-ranked cultivator descending upon this world. It would cause catastrophic damage to the ecosystem. The only issue she had with this arrangement was that all heaven didn't even ask and instilled the restriction of its own accord. Fine, but we're going to have some serious talks about this is all over. You don't go making decisions for me without my consent. She murmurs, staring down at the amulet in her hand and making a sharp warning face. As if frightened by that look, all heaven actively vibrated like it's making an apology. It's an object, but that doesn't. There's no will inside this item. Pleased by the reaction, Bai Yen smirks in a half-satisfied and half-grumpy manner before breaking out into a frown. She still needs to get off this mountain. With her powers limited, flying would be troublesome but no difficult. Perhaps it's the amulet's way of making up for the trouble. All heaven suddenly releases a series of light that shrouded over Bai Yan's body yet again. It sent her flying into the air despite not trying, allowing the lady to float through the sky at will without expending any energy. Since the Bai clan got destroyed many years ago by 2 of the oppositions, the opening position was eventually replaced by the Lin clan, who moved up thanks to that event. Therefore, the balance of power within the Wuxia world remains intact. Merely a change in name and people, with the Water clan continuing to act as the head boss of them all. It's just that everyone has desires. If it's in the past era where the sword reigns supreme, then they would continue to remain in hiding. However, it's the modern age on Earth. Who wouldn't want some flashiness in their life? They're tired of the boring seclusion of the past. That's why all 4 clans have now moved their base into the cities. Furthermore, their influences have now expanded past the Wuxia world and into the regular people's lives, like businesses and the military. They are not the government, nor a dictating force in a country, but the manpower and positions these 4 families wielded couldn't be underestimated. Bai Yen could care less about those details right now, of course. After she got off that snowy peak and into human civilization again, the first order of business this lady did was to undress herself and to replace those ancient-styled clothes with something more modern. Earth 2, Mommy, that sister is so pretty. Is she a star or something? She's dressed differently from us. A passing child points out, staring with her finger pointing in astonishment. Probably, sweetie, She's likely making a film by dressing in those ancient-styled clothes. There's no way she's from the past or something. The child's mother comments, not thinking otherwise about her words being partially right or not. Bai Yan heard the conversation from the pair of course and couldn't help but make a helpless smile at that. It's undeniable that her outfit was standing out like a sore thumb in this city filled with people from this modern world. I wonder if my son is going to be able to adapt to this place by himself. I better find him soon, otherwise who knows what would happen with that face of his. After contemplating her options, Bai Yan didn't linger and continued on her way to the nearest clothing shop she could find. From initial inspection, the store didn't sell any outrageously expensive item, the average product that most common citizens could afford. The issue here though was the lady herself. She didn't have any earth money. No matter how thick-skinned someone was, trying to make a purchase without actual money was still an awkward situation. To remedy the problem, she shyly reached into her own pocket and pulled out a very nice-looking jade. Let's be clear, Bai Yan may not have any money for this country to use, but that doesn't mean she doesn't anything of value in her possession. This jade she pulled out was one of them that those 3 silly shifts of hers gave over the years. If sold at an auction, it would easily fetch millions. Hello there, miss. Mind if I use this jade to pay off what I for the clothes I chose? The saleswoman helping her paused at the proposal, clearly hitting a kink in her brain over the idea. Despite that, the lady retains a decent smile while most would start getting angry at being stringed along. Miss, we also accept cards and checks if you don't have cash on you. Using a jade too? Please don't tease me, okay? Bai Yan knows her proposal was also against the norm and making things difficult for the saleswoman, but waiting until her jade sells at an auction would take too long, thus further delaying her mission of finding Bai Xiachen. Wait! Seeing that Bai Yan was about to turn away, a hollering cry suddenly came from the rear and roused the lady's attention. It's a handsome young man who called out, "Boss." The saleswoman readily greeted the person and stood to one side, clearly letting the shop's owner to take over. I agree to your idea, we will accept the jade to pay for those clothes you chose. The man locks on like a fox at the object in her hand, donning a greedy smirk like he's found the deal of a century. So a jade for a set of clothes? Don't you think you're taking advantage of me with your deal? The corner of the man's mouth stiffened. Oh, beautiful, didn't you say you want to trade the jade for the clothes anyway? Why are you changing your mind now? I'm not changing my mind. I'm only finding the deal to be too disadvantageous for myself. Bai Yan doesn't let herself slip despite the joy of getting an offer. If you are willing to do me a favor, then I can promise this jade to you. For a split second, her smiling face actually bedazzled the handsome young man. This owner of the clothing shop had a reputation for being flirtatious with the opposite sex, often bringing women to various establishments, but he could say in honest truth he's never met someone so unique and special from initial view. At this moment Ling Lang, the owner, actually found his heart thumping uncontrollably with monkeys egging him to move that dumb brain of his. Earth 3, what do you want me to do? Help me find someone. Unlike the clueless dote across from herself, Bai Yan already recognized the man across from herself. Ling Lang, the grandson of General Ling Kaiyuan, an important military official of this country, also the son of Bai Yan's young aunt. Based on their relationship, these two here are considered cousins due to their mothers being sisters. Sadly, such a close tie didn't help in their familiarity due to the unfortunate demise of the Bai clan all those years ago. To be clear, Bai Yan did spend years in the wilderness by herself training, but that doesn't mean she was informationally blocked off from the regular world. She had her ways of learning things when coming out to buy ingredients and stuff for her alchemy. If you're asking me to search for a person, then you should give me a photo at least. That way I can get a lead easier for you. Ling Lang himself found it surprising that a young lady like this would ask him to search for someone. Who could make such a beautiful rose search them out? Shaking her head, I don't have a picture of him, nor would he be in any database. However, I can provide you with a portrait. Based on his characteristics, he should be very easy to find. In a place like Earth, having an appearance like Bai Xiachen would be a 1 in a million, it's too outstanding. No information? Ling Lang appeared taken aback, his face becoming wary and suspicious. Is she looking for someone from the martial world? Only those that stayed out of modern society would be like this without any information to go upon. Mind if I ask, beautiful, who is it you're looking for and how are they related to you? Ling Lang asks, brushing his hair to one side like he's all cool and stuff. It's obvious this guy was shooting electricity through his eyes. Oh, my son. Oh, my son. An audible shattering could be heard within the young man's chest at the confirmation. It's the sound of his heart breaking. It's not easy to see a woman who could make his heart fall for them, and the result was this person being a mother already? Oh, how the gods like to punish this flirtation young man. For a split second, Ling Lang wants to cry out of impulse. Wiping the invisible tears from his eyes, though they never existed, he forces himself to move forward out of business standards. All right, if you give me a portrait of your son, then I'll have someone go look for him. Why me? Why does she have to have a son already when she's so young? Pity, such a pity. I don't have a portrait on me, so I'll draw you one later. Thinking it over, Bai Yen got another idea too. Also, I want you to give me some money. That actually made the man visible twitch in the corner of his mouth. Didn't you say only one favor? It's true he has good feelings towards Bai Yen, but that doesn't mean he's going to be taken for a ride. A businessman would always be a businessman, that he won't change, not even for a girl. When did I ever mention it's only one favor? Bai Yen understood what her clueless cousin was implying at and shot it down immediately. Besides, this jade in my hand is worth millions if put in an auction. Why should I give it up so easily like you thought? Money talks, especially when one was desperate and without any on hand. This includes those reclusive martial art clans that are now living in the cities as well, so it's just a matter of time before she needs to use some. 4. There's something Bai Yen didn't mention as well, that the jade also held other properties which made it far more valuable than mere money. But Ling Lang didn't need to know that, not yet anyways unless he asks in the future. Showing a bemoaning face at the extortionary lady, Ling Lang reached into his own pocket and pulled out a credit card. Here. There's 1 million in there. The passcode is 5x times x times x, so keep it on you for now. I will get some more later on after notifying the bank. Also, remember to come to me first if you got more jade of this quality in the future. In a few days it would be his grandfather's birthday, so he wants to use this jade to offer it as a gift. The filial grandson had a lot of confidence the present would make the old general very happy. Looking at her clueless cousin's reluctant face, Bai Yen quickly grabs onto the card like a mischievous fox that had won the exchange. Smirking in the face as she twirled around to leave, "Oh right, I'll bring the portrait on my next visit, so start getting things ready." That's all she said before disappearing from the shop. Why do I feel like she knows who I am? Ling Lang complains, feeling ripped off in some way or cheated as a businessman. A while later, Bai Yen had just finished getting more things done when she happened to come across a girl in the middle of an open plaza. Around 17 to 18 years of age, the clothes on the lass may be worn and faded due to how many times it's been washed, but that delicate face couldn't be hidden. But more importantly, Bai Yen recognizes this individual that's handing out leaflets to the passers-by. "Bai Yi, you don't have to work in these low-paying jobs, you know. Come with me and you will eat well and dress well." A young man dyed with yellow hair walks up and openly grabbed the lass by the wrist. "What's so good about this kind of work anyways? With your appearance, I can get you a better job, okay?" Biting that small lip, Bai Yi showed resentment and hostility towards this person. "Leave me alone, I will not betray my own body. I can make a living perfectly with my own ability, why should I sell my own body out?" "You're asking for it, Bai Yi." The yellow-haired thug grew irate and attempts to drag her away by using force. There are of course onlookers nearby in this busy street. They could see the struggle between the pair. However, right as one of the pedestrians wanted to help and break up the scuffle, the most unexpected thing happened. "What are you looking at? She's my wife. She ran away with another man and left our baby at home. Now I'm taking her back." "You're talking nonsense," Bai Yi cried, trying even harder to free her own wrist now. "I am not your wife, I am not your wife, so let go of me. Someone please help me." She starts whimpering, tears muddling her own words. "Quit making a scene, wife." The yellow-haired thug softens up in the voice to hide his inner grin. "I know you are unhappy with me not giving you more. I can also forgive you for cheating on me, but just come home with me. Our baby is waiting and is crying for you." That brought even more fear and tears to the poor damsel in distress. She had no delusion about what the other side intends to do after he drags her away. By then it won't just be selling out her body, it would be rape and perhaps more. "No, I'm not leaving, you let me go, I'm not leaving with you." Despite the growing impatience within the yellow-haired thug, the scum at least had the wits to know he couldn't hit her since there are so many witnesses. Then right as he's going to use more strength to get the deed done, a sudden impact hits him in the chest and sent him flying. Confusion promptly broke out among the crowd, corresponded with the turning of their heads at the source where a strong and dominant woman stood with her leg raised high in a kicking posture still. "Earth 5, who are you?" the yellow-haired thug angrily asks, his face still white from the stinging pain in his chest. Bai Yan smiled at the person. "You say you are her husband? Then why don't you recognize me when I'm her sister?" Everyone became stunned. That's right, if he's really her husband then why doesn't he recognize his wife's own sister? Forget about the crowd, even Chu-yi herself was stunned there. Turning to look at the woman that vaguely gives off a sense of familiarity, the lass couldn't quite pinpoint where though. Nevertheless, it won't stop her from playing along to save herself. Pouncing over to Bai Yan's side with tears still flowing, "Sister, I don't know him, I really don't know. He just came up to me and started to claim he's my husband." Only now does the crowd understand what's happening and found a chill running through their spines. Imagine letting the thug get away with this. What would happen to the young lass then? Human traffickers are no joke. They're criminals that deserve to be punished heavily. Understanding he's been caught and exposed, the thug didn't want to linger anymore and made himself scarce, but not before shooting a glare in Bai Yan's way. A criminal knows not to stick around at the crime scene because he won't be able to leave anymore if the cop shows up. "I'm back, I'm Bai Yan," Bai Yan says after getting everyone to disperse. "Sister Bai Yan?" Bai appeared shocked and taken aback. "Yes, I'm back." Though they are addressing each as sisters and family, but make no mistake, Bai Yi wasn't biologically related to Bai Yan in any way. The lass was an orphan adopted by the family, and since she didn't have a last name, the lass was given the Bai surname and became the apprentice of Bai Yan's mother. Back then Bai Yi wanted to follow this older sister of hers for sure. Sadly, perhaps it's immaturity working, but the lass got left behind as well when Bai Yan stubbornly departed on her own. "Why are you handing out leaflets on the street? What about the money I left you before I left? The amount should be plenty for you to live a comfortable life even if you splurged." Bai Yan asks after finding the situation odd. Meek and depressed, Bai hangs her head in shame before answering. "Sister Bai Yan, shortly after you left, your stepmother and her daughter deluded your father into taking everything back. They said I'm not a daughter of the Bai clan so I have no right to inherit that wealth. Sister Bai Yan, I'm sorry, I'm so useless and could protect Shifu's belonging even after she's gone." Bai Yan's heart shook at the news. Slowly closing her eyes, a cold frost filled her soul. "Tell me, why is your strength all gone? How did it become like this where even a thug can bully you?" Bai Yi's body visibly stiffed over the inquiry. Hanging her head even lower, the lass didn't even dare to look up anymore. "His daughter? Her hands pulled into a clawing grip around those sleeves, indicating the lass didn't like what she's going to say. "I know I've brought shame to Shifu, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Sister Bai Yan." Bai Yi understands that it's a great fortune on her part to be taken as an apprentice by Bai Yan's mother, therefore, it's a great humiliation that she couldn't protect the things left behind for herself. "You don't have to apologize to me." Seeing how hurt and pained her own foster sister was acting, Bai Yan hurries to pull the lass into a hug to reassure her it's all right. "The one who needs to apologize is me, it's me." Back in the other world, Bai Yan had no choice but to leave Bai Xiao behind due to how urgent the matter was. While over here on Earth, leaving Bai Yi behind was a deliberate and ignorant choice on her own part. That's why the fault doesn't lie with the lass but herself who didn't think things through. Then again, Bai Yan did have good reasons to not bring her foster sister along though. The woman wanted to grow strong, meaning the journey ahead at the time would be perilous and uncertain. Furthermore, She herself didn't think her own father would be such a bastard to steal the inheritance from under his own deceased wife's student. Just thinking about that idea infuriated Bai Yan to no end because it wasn't meant for him. Once upon a time I disappointed a lot of people because I wanted to become strong. Loosening her hug, Bai Yan stares into her sister's eye to get the point across. But the heavens let me live again, let me understand affection and the value of family. The mistakes I made before, I won't make it again. That's saying it mildly. Technically, it's not the heavens, it's the lightning bolts from that day striking her brains out and knocking her soul into another world. Guess that could even be called retribution for the mistakes on Earth if it got down to the details. But enough about me, I want to know what's happening here. That thug, who is he and why is he pestering you? Bai Yan asks after noticing her own rambling. Bowing her head again, Bai still had the look of a failure. It's your stepsister, they were called here by your sister. They want me to go work in the nightclubs to act as an escort, I always refuse them, my sister. Bai Yan pricks her brow in confusion. Your father and your stepmother's daughter, and she's about the same age as you. Bai Yi timidly explains, not daring to look up. Bai Yan felt like someone just punched her guts out in that split second. True, she's heard of how flirtatious those wealthy heirs are on Earth but she always thought her own father was different based on the old memories they had together. What love and being faithful. In the end he's the same as everyone else, and also a coward that abandoned mother in the last moments. Wait, hold on, you said she's around my age. You don't mean? Bai Yan asks again, trying to make sure she's not overthinking it and getting the wrong idea. His daughter? She's your father's blood? Bai Yi's careful reply hits her sister like a hammer, sending Bai Yan twirling from dizziness. Undoubtedly, hearing it firsthand and making speculations are two different things. Back when she got tossed into the other world and became the Bai Yan of that side, she didn't feel any hurt due to it not being her true life. However, this here wasn't the case. All those memories from her childhood, the memories of her mother and father doting on her, they're all shattered now in full like a deceptive lie from her closest kin. Darkening in the face, Bai Yan's eyes revealed a flicker of frost that she only used against those foes that wronged her. Lead me to their home. At the request, the young girl only hung her head and made an uneasy posture. You don't have to be afraid, just show me the way. I'm not going to let them steal the things I gave you. They don't deserve what was my mother's. Bai Yan says, her smile reassuring and powerful. But, despite her own worries, Bai Yi still nodded after meeting her sister's gaze. Okay, I'll take you. Ever since that incident, the lass here has never wanted to step foot into that dreaded home again. However, if it's her precious sister Bai Yan who wants to go, then she's going to take her there regardless of the lass's own woes. The former Bai mansion, an estate that's neither overly luxurious nor extravagant, a perfect unity between modern and traditional style in its construction. Mom, it's not easy for us to finally climb up to this position. I'm so happy. Speaking was a girl by the name of Wen Fei, Bai Yan's stepsister who currently had her head cuddled against the woman that sat next to herself on the sofa. But I heard Papa talking with someone over the phone earlier. He's still looking for Wen Yan, that bitch. She's already left home for so many years, I bet she dead somewhere out there by now. Chai Moon's gaze was all gentle and kind when smiling down at her own daughter despite the foul words coming out of that mouth. Fei, she is still your papa's daughter, so how can he not want to find her? A tiger wouldn't hurt their cub, let alone your papa who is human. He's not the type to abandon their child. That only roused a new flare of anger in Wen Fei's heart instead of soothing it. If that's the case, then why did he disregard us for so many years? Isn't it because Bai Yu and Wen Yan? Wen Yan vowed to never return and even changed her name to Bai Yan to show she's not related to us anymore. Moreover, it's because of such a rebellious daughter that I had to stay away from here for all these years. If it wasn't for Bai Yu's death, Papa wouldn't have called us here in the first place, so I hope that bitch never returns to begin with. Upon thinking up to here, Wen Fei's delicate hands would begin to clench up in frustration and annoyance due to the childhood she experienced. Unbeknownst even to her own mother, this girl had more than once snuck over to the Bai estate during her youth, and on every visit, she would see her beloved papa doting on another child. Imagine experiencing such a scene. Anyone would hold resentment in some way even if the fault lied with the one she cared about. His daughter? 3. She's unwilling to accept such a fate. Why should another daughter be taken priority over herself when they're both papa's daughter? It doesn't make sense to her. Fei, you know it too, coming here wasn't easy for us. Your papa? Although he is selfish, but his love for you is still sincere, it's just that he loves himself more. Also, the things we snatched from Bai, your papa only had us temporarily keep it for now. I estimate he's going to give it back to Bai Yan once she returns in the future. Back then the only reason Wen Shan would agree to giving them the privilege of taking care of those properties and assets were because of Bai Yi's status as an outsider. If it wasn't for that crucial point, no level of coaxing from this pair would matter in the eyes of that cowardly man. Fortunately for the mother and daughter here though, the selfish man didn't bother to check on the contents even after forcing Bai Yi to hand it over. As a result of that fact, some of the assets had been moved and secretly used by Chai Moon and her daughter here. For example, the Dan pills Bai Yan left behind were consumed by Wen Fei, thus allowing her average constitution to grow exponentially compared to others of her age in the clan. Mama, do you think that Bai Yan is stupid or what? If she had those Dan pills then her strength would have improved greatly, yet instead she left it all to that outsider Bai. Now it all benefited me. The lass snickers a laugh, holding her older stepsister in contempt. Unbeknownst to her though, when Fei's speculation wasn't exactly wrong, those pills were given to Bai Yi by Bai Yan herself. However, they're not assets left behind by Bai Yu, they're all personally concocted by Bai Yan during her younger years. As to why this fact wasn't made public, it's due to the tragic event all those years ago that stopped it. Back then, Bai Yan had just come across an old alchemy book in one of the old storage units of the Bai clan. Then through trial and error of her own, the young girl was able to grasp her own way through the ins and out of alchemy and produce those Dan pills. Though inferior in quality for a first attempt, they were still plenty valuable on Earth. Coupling with the fact that the old Bai clan's head was about to celebrate a birthday event soon, she thought it'd be best to wait until that day to offer it as a present. By the way, Mama, you know how Papa doesn't let us go into his study, right? Not long ago I secretly snuck in there and saw a portrait placed along his table. Painting? Is it a painting of Bai Yu? Chai Moon asks with raised eyebrow but quickly shot the idea down by shaking that head. It's too unlikely in her opinion. For one thing, who still uses a painting when there are plenty of photos around? No, it's not. That painting, it's like a tortoise. No, wait, that's not right either. It has a body like that of a turtle with a snake's tail, and I'm not exactly certain, but the head is similar to that of a dragon's as well. I only took a glance and I already wanted one. Imagine having such a mighty creature as my pet, wouldn't that be good? Oh you, Chai Moon gently pokes her daughter on the forehead as a tease. That painting is just a painting, don't think too much of it. Also, don't go asking your papa lest he be unhappy. No matter how extravagant their lifestyle was right now, it's still taken from someone else, so it's not as stable as others think. After all, she's the one who lured another woman's husband into her own bed and then gave birth to his child. That fact would never change. What a shame, if only Bai Yu left behind some more of those Dan pills. If she did then Fei's strength would be much higher than she is now. We've already used all of it from the batch we took from Bai Yi. From now on it will only get harder for my child to grow. Upon thinking up to here, Chai Moon would always lament a sigh due to how far they've come. Her only hope doesn't lie with the selfish husband, rather it's her own daughter. As long as the girl grows stronger and become a pillar of the Wen clan, then they wouldn't have to worry about being shoved out the door at any moment. Chai Moon and her daughter, 1. When Fei makes a disgruntled face as she attempts to say some more, however, that thought quickly got cut off by the sound of the nearby door being swung open. Your papa is back, don't say any more while he's home. Chai Moon orders, her voice growing stern. The girl maybe have complied by shutting that mouth, but it's obvious the resentment in those haven't receded in the slightest. They're still full of anger, right up to the point where a middle-aged man walked through the doorway and into their view. Papa, you're back. Considering how elated and sweet Fei said it there, One would find it hard to believe the lass could make such a mean face from earlier. The welcoming scene was the very first thing when Xian came home to. A sweet, kind daughter, a gentle and mature wife. The perfect scenario for any successful man who had a family. However, not even this lame duck of a man would be so ignorant as to forget his previous family with Bai Yu and Bai Yan. Bai Yu was a strong female with a strong personality. Never would she ask him for anything or demand anything. In Chai Moon's case, this second wife was sweet and gentle, the type that makes him want to cuddle her in his arms to kiss and protect. It's also the reason he couldn't control himself and make that blunder all those years ago. The woman stroked his manly ego in so many ways that he couldn't resist. It's been hard on you, when Xian says after remembering how poorly he's treated them both. He's never made any promises to Chai Moon, yet this woman would still stand behind him and not ask for anything. This includes the insults thrown their way. That's how much they endured. And what have he done as a husband and a father? Nothing really, aside from ignoring them and turning a blind eye to the house attendant's behavior. Brother Xian, Chai Moon moves closer to her husband after that comment, her eyes radiating light when speaking. It's nothing, I really didn't suffer much. As long as I have you and can be together, then I'm willing to bear any bad names coming my way. When Fei Fei clearly thought otherwise and spoke up in protest, Papa, you don't know how much of a money's person Bai Yu is. Even if Mama did more here, those attendants and maids would still look down on her. If not for my outstanding talent and growth, I bet they will still hold us in contempt to this day. The ones working for the Wen clan aren't normal civilians, they're all highly skilled martial artists that have grasped onto the edge of being cultivators themselves. Therefore, unless these two showed enough talent to win over their hearts, those attendants and maids would never acknowledge them. Fortunately for Chai Moon though, she herself may not be capable, but her daughter Wen Fei Fei was thanks to those Dan pills they stole from Bai. Through the help of those supplements, the young girl's now recognized as the most talented female in the younger generation of the Wen clan, hence catching the eye of the old clan master who was Wen Shan's father. Fei Fei. Chai Moon's complexion promptly changed for the worse and hurried to drag the running-mouthed girl behind herself. Sounding timid and careful, Brother Xian, please don't mind Fei Fei's careless words, she didn't mean it and only wanted to protect me from being hurt. I know, Wen Shan undoubtedly had a frown on his face after having his first wife talked down upon, but he also understood why and wouldn't take it out on his own daughter. Fei Fei, Bai Yu is my deceased wife. According to the relationship we have, you should be calling her your mother too. I know Bai Yu's temperament very well, she's not the type to buy people's heart over with money or wealth, nor is she the type to manage the household affairs. If you suffered any wrong then it's not related to her, okay? Chai Moon and her daughter, too. What's more, Bai Yu didn't know he had a lover, so how could she do something like buy people's heart? Such acts are below such a woman to the point where it's disdainful. When Shan understood that much. Brother Shan, is there any news on Yenner's whereabout? Chai Moon asks with pursed lips, her eyes hanging low like she's really worried about the girl. When Shan naturally didn't know it's a mere act, which made him furrow up that forehead without any suspicion. No matter how much of a coward this father was, Bai Yan was still his blood, of course he wants to bring her home. Unfortunately, since that day where the lass walked out on this home all those years ago, no news ever returned. Forget about locating his daughter, he couldn't even get a wisp of information due to how remote Bai Yan's training ground was. I believe Yenner is still too sad, that's why she is refusing to talk to us. But don't worry Brother Shan, there's never any feud between family. It's been many years since that incident, I'm sure she will eventually come around. I'm just worried whether or not she will accept me once she knows. Chai Moon makes a bittersweet smile like she's really worried about whether or not things are going to work out. Understanding what his wife meant, Wen Shan calmly reassures her, don't worry, Yenner has always been kind-hearted, I'm sure she will learn to accept you considering all things. If Fei Fei doesn't mention Bai Yu anymore, I'm sure she and Fei Fei will get along as well. There's also a warning in there, hoping the two wouldn't mention the pain of the past anymore lest it makes Bai Yan unhappy. Chai Moon naturally got the underlying meaning there considering how perspective this woman was inside. Not wanting her daughter from poking the hornet's nest due to the discontent, The lady hurries to change the subject. However, right as she's about to do so, a crisp young voice suddenly catches their attention from the outside. "This is it, this is where your father and stepmother lives. Do you want me to knock on the door first?" When Fei Fei was the first to recognize this voice. Immediately, she stood up with clenched fists like an infuriated lioness. "Bai, that bitch is back? How dare she return?" In comparison to Bai Yan, when Fei Fei hated Bai even more. The adopted girl wasn't of the Bai clan's blood. In her view, such an orphan doesn't deserve to have such wealth and high quality of life. Those things belonged to her. Without another thought, the spiteful lass promptly got up to the main door and slammed it open, thus startling the individual at the receiving end. Such a reception normally wouldn't cause quite the big fright to anyone at the front door. However, Bai Yi had suffered too much in this home after Bai Yan left to the point where even a door opening would scare her. Fortunately, she wasn't alone today. She had support. Besides, why should she be afraid? She's justified to come here today. "Bai Yi, you pickpocketing thief, how dare you return again?" When Fei Fei angrily glares at the other side, her voice forceful and unyielding. Flushing red in the eye as tears slowly swelled upwards, Bai Yi attempts to defend herself to no avail. "I did not. I really didn't steal anything from the Bai clan, I didn't." "Stealing?" Bai Yan narrows her eyes in, sensing something fishy had occurred during the time she wasn't around. Chai Moon and her daughter, 3. If my guess is correct, Yi's strength being ruined is mostly related to this matter. I need to find out the full story, I can't let this slide. Bai Yan thought, her mind made up to get to the bottom of this. "I really didn't steal anything, I only wanted to get Sister Bai Yan's necklace back. You can take anything else, but give that back to me." After a brief silence, Bai Yi blurts this out in her panic. That brought back a wave of old memories for Bai Yan upon hearing that. Indeed, she did leave behind a necklace for Yi prior to her departure. It's something she inherited from her mother Bai Yu and thought of the item as important for reasons unknown even to herself. However, due to what she was throwing herself into, a long arduous journey of training and growth, Bai Yan figured it's best to leave the necklace behind in case she herself faced some kind of misfortune. At that time, the trinket would be a good memorial item for Yi and their time together. So that's why Yi lost her abilities, this they framed her for being a thief and then abolished her strength? Tightening her hands into a ball, a gush of anger erupted within Bai Yan's heart. Due to how immersed when Fei Fei was at her verbal attack, the lass didn't realize there's a second person around and continued to sneer in contempt. "That is my stepmother's things, so of course I have to take care of it in my stepsister's place. You are an outsider, how dare you claim to be the owner and try to steal it away? I'll teach you what it means to be a thief today." By then her hand had already been raised and rearing to slap down at the other girl. In the heat of the moment, Bai Yi simply stood there as she flinched at the encroaching slap. She's too nervous and afraid to the point where she's unable to react. Yet the expected pain never came. Opening her eyes, she saw something so unexpected that her mouth dropped in surprise. When Fei Fei had flown back out like a bullet, smashing into the redwood table inside the manor. As a result of this impact, the furniture had shattered into 4 fragments. When Fei Fei isn't an average person, she's a real martial artist. And I heard her strength have grown tremendously in recent times. How did Sister Bai Yan beat her in a flash? "Fei Fei!" Chai Moon exclaims in great fright. Hurrying to her daughter's side, this woman frantically helps the girl up as the tears came rolling down after confirming the severity of this fall. Turning to Bai Yan, she protests loudly for all to hear, "Miss, aren't you overdoing things? My Fei Fei only said the truth, yet you openly attacked her in such a fashion. This is our family's business, so you have no right to interfere." After saying this, Chai Moon turned to her own husband for support, showering the place with her raining tears to win the man over. "Brother Shan, I can tolerate anything you wish of me, I will endure that because I'm your wife. Who told me to fall in love with you first? Loving someone is not wrong, there is no first or last in the matter, but Fei Fei is innocent. She is your own daughter too, so how can you bear to see her being hurt by someone else?" When Shan's eyes cooled a little colder at the reminder, turning over to the one responsible, "Miss, how do you want to compensate us for hurting my daughter? Bai Yan merely smirked in reply, not saying a word to this stranger in front of herself. After all these years, the once loving and caring father of Earth she knew had long died in those memories of old. The only emotion she has now of this man was anger, a very strange and enlightening anger. Then I like to ask you, Wen Shan, how are you going to compensate us for treating E like this? Chai Moon and her daughter, for you, taken aback, Wen Shan gradually wrinkled up his brows as he stared at the lady across from himself. He's lost in a trance after a resurgence of memories swept over his mind. When Bai Yan left, she was only 12 at most, coupling in with the fact that her earthly body had perished as well after that lightning bolt. She's undoubtedly somewhat different in appearance. It's understandable that he couldn't recognize her for a time. However, those eyes though, they're the same cold pair of eyes she used on that day where she vowed to never return. You're Yenner? He asks without confidence. This girl, she grew up to be such a beauty, far better than her own mother's. Bai Yan? Chai Moon's body stiffened up at the name, her tears disappearing like some sort of magic trick. Brother Shan, she is Yenner? She's been gone for 10 years. How did she survive? You're back, Yenner? When Shan ignored Chai Moon's flawed facial expression and flew into a joyous mood. The time he spent with Bai Yan wasn't fake, he really did care for the girl with his heart. It's just that in comparison with his own life and safety, there's nothing more important. That's right, I'm back. I came back not only to avenge my mother, but also to let this fake man understand how stupid he was back then and the stuff he spouted. But as soon as I came back, I was immediately welcomed with the news of my mother having another daughter. And not only that, she's the same age as me. Why didn't I know I have a twin sister? And why does she look so different compared to me? Bai Yan's sarcastic expression couldn't be missed. Getting stiff over the comment, when Shan awkwardly replies, she's not your mother's daughter. Oh, in that case then she's my stepmother's daughter? Mind telling me who her real father is? No, wait, aren't you afraid of my mother coming back to strangle you for raising someone else's daughter and then giving her stuff away to said daughter? Every word coming out of Bai Yan's mouth were stinging, causing the man to wring out in discomfort. How can you talk like that, Yenner? She's Wen Fei, she's mine, she's my biological daughter too. Is that right? Bai Yan presses in with force, her cold demeanor intimidating and unyielding. But I remember my mother died when I was 12, and this girl over there is around my age. Did you go behind my mother's back and cheat on her with that older woman? Yenna, when Shan's face was now getting a little unhappy, don't speak about her that way. No matter what you think of me, Moon is now your stepmother. Also, she suffered a lot as well and endured a lot of grievances because of my mistake. You returning now is a good thing. We can all be one happy family again. To tell the truth, Wen Shan did have some opinion about this second daughter of his. Wen Fei was raised outside of the Wen clan. Therefore, the last didn't know a lot of manners or rules that was expected of her. However, this cowardly man also knew he had no right to reprimand anyone since Chai Moon remains innocent in this matter. After all, the one who bedded her was him, and the who got her pregnant was also him. Furthermore, this second wife of his never asked for anything at all, only silently supporting him from behind at the very beginning, so what else could he ask of them? Yenna, Chai Moon. She is very good and isn't seeking anything in return by being with me. I once forsaken them for the sake of your mother, yet they never asked for money and refused my financial support. Did you know? Your stepmother would rather live in a ragged old house than to live in the house I bought for her. You mustn't misunderstand them. Chai Moon and her daughter, 5. When Shan sighed at that. It's true he hoped Bai Yan would return someday, but it's also true he had hoped for his daughter to accept Chai Moon. For it to turn out this way and in such conflict, it's undoubtedly leaving him in a bind. So it's my mother's fault that you ignored your secret lover for so many years? Or is it that you delighted in the fact that you had another woman out there and didn't have to care for them? Getting dark in her smirk, Bai Yan starts becoming a thorn in the man's side with her words. I bet you're thinking both right? Humph, only a power-hungry man like your father from the Wen clan can produce a scum like you. That's right, only a bad parent could produce such bad offsprings. Otherwise, why else would this Wen Shan become like so? It must be due to the teaching of the current Wen clan's head. Yenner. Wen Shan flew into a rage, his eyes full of disbelief over what he's heard. How did my sweet daughter become so aggressive? She's nothing like how I remember her to be. Despite his own emotions, the coward nevertheless sucked it up, knowing the fault lies with himself. Softening up in his tone, I believe you will one day accept her. I believe in my Yenner, the kind and sweet daughter that I know. You don't need to say any more, Brother Shan. It's then Chai Moon spoke up with her fraudulent face of tears again. In the eyes of others, I will always be the family-destroying third party. No matter what I do in this family, it will always be in vain. But I never asked for anything when Bai Yu was still around. She's gone now, and I needed to look out for Fei Fei's future. That's why I came to this family. At this point, Chai Moon's smile had gone sad and remorseful. Now looking back at it, me coming to this place is a mistake. I never asked for anything, but they all keep misunderstanding me. It's good that Yenner is back. Now me and Fei Fei will leave and give way like everyone wants. Mom. When Fei Fei cried out, throwing herself over to cling onto her own mother, you endured so much after so many years just to be here, just to be by Papa's side. If you leave, then who's going to care for Papa in the future? But I don't want to destroy other people's family. As long as your Papa and sister are happy, then I'm satisfied. Wen Shan may be a coward, but he's no heartless bastard. When he saw how moving this scene was between the pair there, his heart ached in agony like anyone should. It's as if someone was reaching into his heart and twisting it. I'm really too much. What the hell have I been doing all these years? I knew Chai Moon loves me, yet I'm always being neither hot nor cold with her. So what if she's not as good as Bai Yu? She may not have the look or family background, but she loves me. This is enough. Think up to here, when Shan's original softened expression once again stirred up. Yenner, you shouldn't leave any more now that you are back. Also, you must call Chai Moon your mother from now on. She's been through a lot during these past few years, do you understand? And your birth mother, she's gone already. When mentioning this fact, the man found it difficult to breathe, like he didn't abandon his own wife in the first place. I want to re-emphasize the point, Chai Moon is not some third party, she is my wife. She will fulfill her motherly duties, so you don't have to worry. Bai Yen couldn't resist a sneer after hearing all that. She never bought their act in the slightest, rather it's starting to get amusing because of how similar these two are to the Bai house from the other world. They're both pretentious and likes to act before the public. If you're all done acting, then give me back my mother's stuff. I'm going to give you to the count of 3, so don't waste my time. Yenner. When Shan's already wrinkled forehead had turned into a deep furrow. He never expected his good and obedient daughter to turn out so rebellious. 1. Bai Yen announces without any readable emotion. What are you doing, Yenner? 2. 3. Bai Yen wasted no time to move at the last count. In a flash, she bolts into the manor like a lightning bolt, causing a gush of air in her wake and sending the cowardly man stumbling backwards. Punishment for a thief. 1. You? What are you doing? Chai Moon flew into a great fright as she saw the girl charging towards herself. In the momentary lapse of panic, the woman backpedals against the nearest wall without a second thought. Bai Yan's aura was simply too strong and oppressive, similar to Deed Song's, hence the reason why this mortal human would react so strongly. It's downright suffocating for those unprepared. Speak, where is my stuff? Stammering in the lip, the pretentious lady nervously answers without any forethought, in my room's cupboard. That's all Bai Yen needed to hear. In a flash, she disappears from view and onto the second floor of the manor. This sort of speed amazed Chai Moon and her husband. For one thing, it showed how powerful the lady has become, and secondly, how did she know where the room was? Before long, Bai Yen returns to the main entrance with a box in hand. Sister Bai Yen. Bai Yi grew elated at the sight of the familiar object. Did you find everything? Despite what she's holding, Bai Yen did seem all that happy based on how quiet she remained. Indeed, the box in her hand was the very same box she gave Yi before leaving, but the weight didn't add up. It's much lighter than she remembered. When Shan saw what's going on, of course. He could tell the box was exactly the stuff left behind by his deceased wife, but what could he say? After all, the inheritance does belong to Bai Yen, which was the excuse he used to forcefully take it off Yi's hand. Yenner, Papa here know you're angry, but I want to remind you only me and Chai Moon is your family. No matter what, Bai Yi is only an outsider. If you put too much faith in her then you're bound to pay the price later. Those words came down like a waterfall across Yi's heart. It dampened her elated heart and even hurt it, which could be noticed by how her hands had grasped onto those sleeves in a pained manner. He's not wrong, I'm just an outsider like he says. An outsider adopted by Shifu while no one else wanted me. My family? When did you get to dictate who my loved ones are? Bai Yen didn't want to play along anymore and openly sneered in contempt at her former father. On this earth, there is only one family I have, and that is he here. Forget this Chai Moon, I don't even consider you related to me. None of you are important to me. Unbeknownst to the group here, there's something else she didn't say outwardly. It's true in her previous life when Shan was her biological father, there's no question about that. However, she's no longer of this world anymore. She died several years ago already. That means the only blood-related relative she had left in this world was the ones from the other side, and by Yi whom she considered her own sister due to the bond they shared. When Shan was finally outraged by Bai Yan's attitude to the point he stopped calling her daughter. There's fire burning in those eyes now. It's been 10 years, even if have any grievances it should be extinguished by now. I know what you are thinking. But if I had gone out that day to save your mother, then the Wen clan might have been destroyed as well. It's not like you don't know who was backing the other two clans. Bai Yen didn't answer, only darkening in her expression as she went through the contents of the box. Regardless of how big of a backing those two clans had, they will be destroyed now that I'm back. But before then, I will drag out the force behind them and crush that power first. I will make sure they all pay dearly for what they've done. My mother left me a set of jewelries, there's a piece missing. The emerald jade is supposed to be worth millions and a dowry for when I marry. Of course, these are all material things so I can settle it at a later date. Upon saying this after ignoring the cowardly man's gaze, Bai Yen instead turns to Chai Moon who appeared visibly guilty. I want to know what happened to the Dan pills I left behind? Where is the pills I left for punishment for a thief, too? What are you talking about? Chai Moon's body shuddered at the accusation. She's very much afraid and tries to hide it with that forced smile. I really don't understand what you mean, what pill? I don't know, not buying it at all. Bai Yen snickers a laugh in retort. Those Dan pills were refined by me, so don't try to play me. I originally wanted to give it to my grandfather as a surprise birthday gift back then, but that didn't happen because of what transpired with the Bai clan. I worried for Yi's well-being so I left it all to her after I left. Alchemic Dan pills are good stuff all around, but if one's too greedy and consumes too much at once then the effects would undoubtedly come back to bite one in the ass by making them have an unstable foundation. This important bit was obviously related to Bai Yi prior to Bai Yan's departure back then, therefore she's not worried about her foster sister consuming all the pills at once. Furthermore, she could clearly tell how unstable Wen Fei's strength was in her earlier attack, thus reaffirming her suspicion. Brother Shan. Chai Moon didn't confront the girl and instead turns to her own husband for help using that tearful face. I only wanted to do what's right as Yenner's stepmother by keeping her things safe. I didn't think I would be taken as a thief. The woman's act was truly award-winning. As she cried to play her role, Chai Moon actually evolved into a sad sobbing laugh like someone that's spelling their emotions from the heart. If I really wanted to connive after riches then I would have taken your money back then. Why did I not take a cent? I would rather raise Fei on my own than to take others' money. You have to believe me, Brother Shan, I've been with you for so long, how could I have kept something so valuable hidden from your eyes? I know Yenner blames me for being with you. I know it, and I'm willing to leave if she wishes of me, but I can't accept being called a thief after trying so hard to do the right thing. After spouting all that, Chai Moon immediately began to head towards the doorway to leave with her daughter in tow. Her pace was firm and unquestionable based on how decisive they were. As a result of this picture, Wen Shan the coward promptly got all guilt in the face for being so indecisive. Wait, Mooner, the ones who need to go isn't you or our daughter. cold in his voice, the man speaks with a stern voice like he's made up his mind. Halting in her steps right after the sentence, Chai Moon swings around like a hopeful woman waiting for her man to whisk herself off the ground like a princess being taken by a prince. Yenner, when Shan puts on a disappointed face at his own daughter, I don't know why you are so adamant about accepting them, but I must tell you your stepmother is not what you think. Back in the beginning after I made the mistake, I immediately wanted to make it up to her by offering $2 million as compensation. Yet do you know, she refused the money. What's more, how could I not be aware of your ability in alchemy back then? I would have surely known if that's the case, but I didn't. Even if you want to frame her, you should at the very least find a better excuse. I'm very disappointed in you. Those words were coming straight from the man's heart. He's honestly unable to comprehend why Bai Yen would turn out so vicious in his view compared to the lovely and well-behaved daughter from his memory. Who exactly taught her into this after 10 years away from home? Bai Yen coldly glared back at this coward. You better keep your mouth shut in front of me. Or else. I don't mind removing you. This time she's not kidding, she really would remove him from the picture if he doesn't close that mouth of his. However, the threat only made Wen Shan even more furious. Wen Yen, I'm your father, how dare you talk to me like that? Punishment for a thief. 3. First, my name is Bai Yen. Secondly, in my mind, my father is already dead and you are just strangers to me. If you bother me again, then I really don't mind removing someone like you from my view. Yeah, shut up. This time Wen Shan really shuts up for no other reason aside from the immense killing intent coming off of the other girl. He's not mistaken, if he does spout another word, Bai Yen would kill him on the spot without another thought. Her strength, has it grown so strong that it made me terrified of her? Wen Shan shuddered at the thought and stumbles back a few steps in retreat. When it came to his own life, there's nothing more important. What's more, this lady in front of himself was no longer that delicate young daughter of his anymore from 10 years ago. She's a stone-cold killer that's going to slay anyone that gets in her way. When Fei Fei did not notice the strange atmosphere here though between her own father and stepsister, she's too dense and elated to care. She actually said, she wants to kill Papa? Is this Bai Yen stupid? How could she have said something like that? It's the same as cutting off any ties and right to inherit the wealth of this family. From now on there will only be me here who is the miss of the house. However, right as the attention got shifted to herself from her stepsister for unknown reasons, when Fei Fei promptly retracted that eager joy in those eyes to make a face of anger in retaliation. Bai Yen, you are too outrageous and rebellious. He is your papa, yet you're saying you will kill him? A daughter should be filial and piety, listen to every word from their parents. How can you be so unruly? Her tone seems to be looking out for Wen Shan, but it's also a message directed at the coward who didn't speak up. It's to say only she deserves to be the miss of this family. Bai Yen could care less about what the other side thought. Instead she shifts her tone into a mild voice while speaking. Tell me, who is the one that crippled your strength? The foster sister bites that lip in grievance. It's when Fei Fei, she broke my Dantian core, so I can no longer practice, breaking a Dantian as a mean of punishing thieves? I'm rather of agreement for such means in punishing a thief. That said, Bai Yen now locks onto Wen Fei Fei like a hawk seeing its prey. Then what should I do to punish you since you stole my things? You're spouting nonsense, I didn't steal it. Wen Fei Fei sounded angry, but it's only a ruse to hide what she really thought. As long as I refuse to admit it, then what else can she do? Not like there's any evidence to point to me, right? Bai Yen sneered at that. Did he not tell you that one can't overtake the Dan pills in a short period? Your foundation is weak and unstable, sometimes to the point where you can't even train anymore. That's all because of your misuse of those pills. When Fei Fei's complexion instantly got deathly pale at the news. She had a look of horror and panic plastered all over that face. How did she know? Fei Fei! Chai Moon cries out, afraid her daughter would expose themselves. She is trying to scare you. Don't you know your own physical condition? Coming back to her senses at the reminder, the pale-faced girl clenches her teeth and pushes through. When did my foundation get unstable? I'm very good, so don't try to bluff me. I don't have any of those Dan pills. After saying this, when Fei Fei then turns to her own father for help using those red teary eyes, "Papa, she hates me, I know it. If she wants me to go then I can leave, but I refuse to be framed as a thief when I never stole anything." Bang. Bai Yan could care less what her stepsister was trying to pull here. Without another thought or delay, she directly throws a kick against the girl's chest and sends her shooting out once again to the ground. "I will have you spill those Dan pills back out sooner or later, it's just a matter of time." However, the debt with Yi's injury is still unresolved. Smirking in a sinister fashion, her expression was frightening and dark as she leaned downwards like an evil demigod. "You can quit hoping for Wen Shan to save you as well. I said it already, if he gets in my way then I won't mind removing him from the picture entirely." The young lord's child, 1. Wen Shan just stared at Bai Yan in amazement. It's only now does it occur to him how foolish he's been up until this point. What gentle and kind daughter returning to his side. That's all in the past and would never return after all the trauma he put her through. "No!" Chai Moon throws herself in between with her arms spread. "Fei Fei is innocent, she's only doing this for your sake." But that's all this woman could get through. Before she realizes it, a hand had already reached over and grabbed her by the throat into a choking hold, nearly suffocating the lady in the process. There's no other way to describe this aside from Bai Yan being very irritated by the fakeness portrayed by this lady. Without any hesitation, she slams her down onto the ground as well and onto Wen Fei Fei's body to make a ball of them both. Leaning down again to her stepsister but even closer so that others couldn't hear what she's saying aside from the recipient, "I'm always of the opinion one should always receive the proper punishment, but I don't believe abolishing one's strength is the right course of action in this case." Despite those words, Wen Fei Fei's heart only grew more tense and thumped even harder. "No. I think it's better to make you abolish your own strength using your own hands. That way you will know what despair means." This sentence hits the girl like a thunderclap, thus sending Wen Fei Fei's eardrum into a ringing pain of horror. No matter how she imagines it, the lass here simply couldn't fathom what possible punishment could warrant someone into ruining their own life. But in reality, she didn't need to imagine. The answer was right around the corner as Bai Yan forcibly stuffed a round beady pill into her mouth. "Yo, you, what did you feed me?" She stammers this with fear hovering in those eyes. "Don't worry, it's not poison if you're thinking that. In fact, it will help enhance your strength and help you grow faster." Upon hearing this, Wen Fei Fei's eyes grew even more shocked. How can it be? Why would this woman be so kind? It's just that Bai Yan's next words completely crushed her soul from the high point. "But this medicine will make your body feel immeasurable pain at the early afternoon. Alright, have you heard of the painful torture of being grinded by a wheel in hell? I bet the sensation would be similar to that." Grinning even harder now, Bai Yan's face appeared no different from a devil right now to her stepsister. "Also, the stronger you become, the more intense the effects will have on your suffering. Unless you destroy your own dantian, the effects will never dissipate. Oh, by the way, there's no cure for this medicine." A chilling shudder filled Wen Fei Fei's heart then. What did I do to deserve this from her? Why is she doing this to me? All I did was cripple Bai Yi's strength. Why is she reacting so strongly for an outsider? I'm her real stepsister. You can choose to tell Wen Shan about it too, but I can tell you he won't do a damn thing to help you. In addition, if the Wen clan learns of your predicament, what do you think they will do to you, someone that is no longer of use to them? Probably abandon you, am I right? Wen Fei Fei couldn't deny her stepsister's prediction. Unlike those happy families out there, the Wen clan places a very strong emphasis on the talented. For those who couldn't perform, they're promptly shoved to the curb, which was exactly what occurred prior to her using those Dan pills they too from Bai. The young lord's child too. "I won't believe you." After a long period of silence, Wen Fei Fei's only response was to shout this aloud. Bai Yan expected such a reply though, so she didn't mind. Still grinning in a sinister fashion, "You can go ahead and try later, there's no need for me to persuade you. See? The pain at the stroke of noon will prove whether or not I'm lying." After saying that last bit, Bai Yan was done here and slowly headed for the exit. "You, what did you feed my Fei Fei?" Chai Moon saw how the woman's about to leave, so she hurried to cry out for an answer. She didn't hear the conversation due to how quiet it was, but she did see the black beady pill that was forced into her own daughter's mouth. Swinging her head to one side to show that sarcastic grin, I fed her what she needed to eat. If you want the details, then you can ask her yourself. Lastly, I'm going to be sticking around for the next few days, so don't come bother me. I won't be so kind like today if they disturb me. We're leaving. As for the remaining debt owed to her by Chai Moon and her daughter, Bai Yen had every intention to take it all back and more, but that would come later after she's done with her other business. Oh! Coming back to her senses, Bai Yi quickly gave chase from behind. 10 years. It took 10 years for her older sister to return. There's no way the lass would fall behind again. Through all of this, the humiliation and punishment for his family, Wen Shan never uttered a single word in protest. He's too much of a coward, especially before the woman's incredible level of killing intent. Therefore, the man kept to himself there like he's invisible. It's a sad reality for those involved, but compared to his own life, there's nothing more important for this Wen Shan. Chai Moon also knew this, of course, otherwise why else would she not try to force the man to take her back then? However, experiencing the cruel reality of her husband being a coward still hurts. Any woman would be disappointed, she being no exception. What am I thinking? I always knew Wen Shan's character, he only cares about his own well-being and no one else. Outside the manor, the woman in front abruptly came to a halt and causes the one from the rear to bump into her back like a deer that's lost its way. Sister Bai Yen, what's wrong? Turning around, Bai Yen softens up in her voice to say something that she's been holding back. I have something I need to tell you. What is it? Didn't understand, so she got a confused look all over that face. I won't be able to stay here for long, and when I'm done, I will probably need to leave. Still not getting it, Bai Yi simply smiled to say the obvious thing. That's okay, I will go with you. I have no relative here, I only have you. In the past, her life only had Bai Yu and Bai Yen as her family. With the former passing away, there's only this older sister of hers left. I'm sorry, that place. I fear you might not be able to go. To be clear, Bai Yen specifically used the word might, because even she doesn't know if it's possible bring her foster sister along. It's not like she doesn't want to, she honestly do, but unlike coming back to Earth with the help of the amulet in her possession, there's no tried and true method of bring someone of this world over to the next. The smile on Yi's face disappeared, replaced promptly by the look of disappointment and sadness. Sister Bai Yen, are you going to leave me behind again? I'm very good, I can do anything, like laundry, cooking and cleaning. The young lord's child. 3. Listen to me. Bai Yen grasps onto her foster sister's shoulder so she would listen. The place I need to go is in another world, it's where I've been all this time. And that place, it's not somewhere one can just travel to at a whim. It's not that she wants to leave the girl behind, it's that she doesn't know if she's able to take her along. What point would there be in giving false hope? That would only cause more damage and hurt later on. Only then does Bai Yi's happy gaze let up, her lips pursing into a thin line. Then, Sister Bai Yen, do you have other relatives over on that side? Bai Yen slowly nods to answer, yes, a lot over there. That's a relief then. Are they good to you? Though still sad in the face, Bai continues to ask. They all love me. A nod comes again. That's good, I'm relieved then. As if trying to keep herself from crying, Bai Yi puts on the most difficult smile of her life. I was always worried that you would be alone without me. Back when we were young, you didn't know how to care for yourself at all. There were attendants to help back when we were living with Shifu, but afterwards it was I who did everything afterwards. Like fixing the bed, cooking, cleaning and stuff. Now that I know someone else can look after you, I'm relieved. Bai Yen immediately got all sweaty in the forehead after having all her flaws pointed out. True, her foster sister was smaller than herself, but she's heck a lot more mature in more than one way. I of course want to take you with me if possible. Hurrying to change the subject, the conversation was leading into a hole that she didn't want to head down into. You know, I have a friend over on that side that's the polar opposite of your personality. You know how to do everything, she on the other hand doesn't know how to do anything, constantly making trouble in her wake. A real troublemaker. When mentioning Chu Yi again of the Holy Land, the lady's lip would inexplicably form a smile like some happy memories would return. I wonder if that lass is doing well. I haven't seen her for a long while now. But her name is the same as yours though. She's Chu Yi and you're Bai Yi, only a difference in your surname. If I can't take you with me to the other side, then I will make sure you have a good life on earth. I won't let the same mistake happen again after I leave. This opportunity to return was a good chance to set things right. Not only does Bai Yan intend to find the missing item she needs, she's also going to rid Yi of all her enemies. Bai Yi could see her older sister's happy expression. As a result of this, a sense of sorrow hit her poor heart in a way that it throbbed. If only I could go there together with her. Sister Bai Yan, it's then does the lass remember something important? Is it wise to have a fallout with Wen Shan? What's wrong with that? Bai Yan sneered in contempt at the mentioned name. You're my people, he's not. You're my people, he's not? This sentence instantly brought a ray of sunshine to the depressed girl's mood. Looking up with hope in those eyes, she murmurs the only thing that she could. Sister Bai Yan said I am her people? It feels so nice to be recognized. Feeling much better now, Bai Yi's next thought wasn't about the future anymore, but about something more pressing at the moment. Sister Bai Yan, where are we going to stay now? Stay in a hotel, of course. A hotel? But those are expensive. Counting her finger, the young lass immediately started to go over her earnings from handing out those flyers. As for the wealth retrieved today, that's not in her consideration. It's not like Bai Yi was homeless or anything, she also has a place to stay. However, there's no way she would let her older sister stay in that basement unit she rented. That's not even within the equation. It's all right, don't worry about. Reaching over to grab the other girl's hand, Bai Yan makes a reassuring smile so her foster sister wouldn't fret. I got a lot of money on me, so don't mind the expenses. The young lord's child, for she extorted so much money from Ling Lang, it's only natural that she spends it. Not like Bai Yan could take it back to the other side and use it, right? The manners of the four clans are all within one area, therefore the news of Bai Yan's return had also spread at a whirlwind speed. Ignoring the Lin clan who came after the demise of the Bai clan, both the Tian clan and Fu clan would undoubtedly be startled by the news. This was especially true when word spread of Wen Shan being walked all over by his own daughter. It's a well-known fact on how much of a coward this bastard was. After all, he didn't lift a finger after his wife got murdered by them. This meant that unless Bai Yan's strength had surpassed her old man, what transpired wouldn't be possible. This girl's been missing for 10 years, and now she's back, and for 10 years, we haven't heard from her at all. Tian Wind of the Tian clan frowns as he spoke, his finger drumming the table as he contemplated the issue. Sitting in front of him was another individual, a middle-aged beauty with a body worthy of being called a model. As she carefully poured a cup of tea for the man across from herself, her soft smiling face showed she didn't seem worried. It's nothing to be worried about just because her strength is higher than Wen Shan's. There's still the current head of the Wen clan taking charge. Besides, even if the Wen clan fears her, our Tian clan isn't. However, squinting her eyes, the beauty curves those lips into a snarling sneer. Nipping the flower in the bud is the smarter option. Her talent is not bad, so we can't let her continue to grow. Bai Yu's apprentice is already a cripple, so that's not a threat. As for Ling Kaiyuan's daughter-in-law, Bai Yan's aunt, it's nothing to fret either. That old general may be a founding member of the nation, but he's not going to mobilize the military just for one clan. That's unreasonable and unrealistic. Others in the government will definitely stop him before then. There's actually good reasoning behind this lady's logic. Unlike in the other world where one's personal power reigns supreme, on Earth it's about a country's strength. What does it matter if a family clan had a lot of influence and abilities? A few missile rockets and a nuke would do the trick right then and there. They're martial arts cultivators, not celestial or demonic cultivators like Bai Yan has become. There's a big difference between a mortal and an immortal. You snowing. Tian Wind warmly reaches out to take hold of the woman's hand. Your older brother? Doesn't he have that person's trust? Do you think we can find a way to get our daughter closer to the young lord? Snowing's expression promptly changed for the worse at the mention. I don't know. Since a few years ago where the young lord fell ill, he's had a major change in temperament. Besides, I've heard the young lord now has a child he made with an unknown woman from the outside. The idea won't turn out well. The 4 family clans are all subservient to the Water Clan, all for the one very single reason: there's a special existence inside that house. Unlike the other inferior clans that could come and go with time, the Water Clan has been around for hundreds of years, each generation producing countless talents in its wake. However, that's not enough to secure their position as the head, rather it's because there's a sacred beast under their control. The creature's able to control the water, thus making them the de facto ruler of the martial world. Imagine having a tsunami hit you from out of the blue, or a raging hurricane that wouldn't recede. No normal person could withstand such a might. Water Clan's young lord. 1. Snowing, what's the big deal about a man having a few lovers outside? Which successful man doesn't have a few with them? Moreover, the young lord is not married and only has a son. That means the child's birth mother isn't fit to take center stage. The woman couldn't refute the idea, tempted her swaying heart as well. Speaking in a hesitant tone, let's ask our daughter's opinion first. She hasn't even married yet and is now going to be someone's stepmother. I just find the idea difficult to accept. No matter how much she liked the thought of being the mother-in-law of the most powerful man in the Water Clan, she's still a mother. As a mother, she undoubtedly wants the best for her own daughter. Tianwen didn't say it aloud, but his thoughts weren't the same as his own wife, who showed what she was thinking along the face. Snowing is thinking too much. Being the wife of the young lord? That's not possible. Perhaps a lover for him is more likely. After their conversation, Snowing soon left the tea room and arrived at her own daughter Tian Fragrance's room. Her hand hesitated when attempting to make a knock, but the hesitation couldn't hold out against the temptation still. A moment later, the door swung open and out came a girl with dreary eyes wearing a cartoon t-shirt. Mom, do you need something? Why are you coming so late? For this only daughter of hers, Snowing's attitude only had warmth and kindness. Fragrance, I came because I have something I want to discuss with you. Let me inside first. Doing as told, Fragrance moves to one side to let Snowing in but kept her confused look up the entire way. Mom, what is so urgent that you can't wait till morning? Sit down first, patting the chair so her daughter would sit with her. You know your uncle is the steward of the Water Clan, don't you? What if I say me and your papa can help you get close to the young lord? When speaking up to this part, Snowing's voice grew hesitant and paused for a breather because she knew her daughter's temperament the best. Regarding something like arranged marriages, there's no way this daughter would be willing and happy. What? Fragrance's voice nearly shrieked at the suggestion. Jumping up and stomping her feet in protest, you want me to marry that sick mule from the Water Clan? Going white in the face after her daughter's outburst, Snowing immediately jumped up to cusp the careless girl's mouth so she would stop talking. Don't speak like that. You know how our Tian clan is heavily relying on the Water Clan. If anyone hears of what you said, then not even your uncle can save us. I'm not making up stuff, everyone knows how sick that person is. After he fell into a coma 8 years ago, the guy had a huge change in his temperament and would lash out at everyone. And it's not like you don't know either, Mom. No one has seen him step out of the Water Clan's estate. Why would you want me to marry someone that's terminally ill? I don't want to be a widow right away. Unlike her parents, Tian Fragrance wants to pursue happiness in her life like any young lady of her age. Marrying a sickly boy that's perhaps at the death's gate? Who would want to? Sweetie, Snowing sighs at the answer, we aren't certain on the young lord's condition, that's only a rumor. How about you make the decision after meeting the young man first? Truth was, despite her older brother being the steward of the Water Clan, no one really knows the real health of the young lord mentioned here. Sure, the members of that family may know, but none would be stupid enough to spread it out into the public, especially after the supposed temperamental change after coming out of the coma. Water Clan's young lord, too. I don't want to see him, Mom, I don't want to see him. After shouting this out, Tian Fragrance's eyes immediately flickered with an idea. Hooking her arm around the other ladies, she forces her inner anger down to play her game. I know so many young talented men in the city, Why should I go with a sick mule that's about to kick the bucket? What if he decides to force me and not let go after being captivated by me? Just having the thought of being forced into bed with someone she doesn't like would gross the lass out, which showed along her young face. Mom, you know my personality better than anyone. If that young lord from the Water Clan tries to force me, then I would rather die with him than submit. In that case, what do you think will happen to our family when the Water Clan comes down with their fury? See? It won't turn out well, not well at all. Moreover, as the young miss of the Tian clan, what men she couldn't get. She's got all those wealthy and talented men of this city's upper society swirling around her finger. Why should she lower herself to being a sick mule's wife? It's not like the Water Clan only has that sick mule in its younger generation. If I'm going to marry into that clan, then I'm going to take a healthy and powerful one. Afterwards I can pull some strings and then push my future husband into the lead position. I bet that sick mule won't live long anyways. Snowing's lips stammered for proper wording there. She couldn't find a good excuse to persuade her daughter because what the lass said was all true and reasonable. Fine, sweetie, I was only asking and not forcing you. If you aren't willing, then we can put the idea behind us. I'm sure you will find an outstanding husband in the future on your own. After saying this, the lady of the house got up and walked out of the room to deal with her own husband. The Water Clan's main estate. Currently, two individuals, one small and one big, were staring off against each other. Eventually, it was the older one who caved in and took the lead to turn away. You've been staring at me for 2 days, have you seen enough yet? The older man speaks, his voice getting a little bothered. Batty father, will mother be able to recognize you now that you've become like this? The steam bun across from him says, his eyes still staring wildly in amazement. Twitching in the mouth at being called out, the older man shoots a deadening glare at his own son. What do you know? I believe in her. She will recognize me at a glance no matter what. Their feelings have long passed the physical level and into the soul stage. It's unmatched. But Batty father, why did me and mother can come directly into this place while you have to use another person's body? I'm so confused. Scratching the back of his head, the steam bun wrinkles his nose like a confused child. That's right, the older man across from Bai Xiachen was none other than Dicong. The only issue was that it's his soul and not the body. If anything, the only evidence proving it's the great demon king would be that arrogant aura. It's unmistakable. That's because I didn't have all heaven to send me over here like you did. I had to ask state teacher to help me transfer my soul over to this dead body we found. Also, I came here 8 years earlier. 8 years ago, the Water Clan's young lord didn't fall seriously ill, rather he did kick the bucket and died. Water Clan's young lord, 3. That's right, he's been here for 8 years already. Due to the differing time frame of both worlds, Dicong purposely arrived earlier than his family so that he could locate Bai Yen ahead of time. But 8 years, how could he not go see her? Therefore, for the past 8 years he's been telling the world that he's sick, while in reality he's been running off to stalk his oblivious wife in secret. Sadly, at the time Bai Yen still hasn't arrived at the other world yet. That meant he couldn't face the old her from Earth. Knowing how much his wife cared for the family members on that side, this poor demon king could only live a life of a monk devoid of impulses. Imagine watching the love of his life bearing all those dangerous adventures. Imagine watching the lady go through all those trials on her own. And most importantly, imagine watching his wife go naked to bath in the local lake. Now that's just pure torture, extremely painful and torturous for any man. Nevertheless, he's put up with it, 8 years of it in total. That was until after Bai Yen got struck down by the lightning bolt like fate intended. No one knows how much he wanted to rush over to save her that day, but Dicong also understood his wife would never forgive him if he did otherwise. History would change, the future of their children would change. There wouldn't be Bai Xiachen, nor Di Lingyan and Di Jin Tian. None of their children would exist for that blunder. So, he stopped at the last second when his feet tried to move. For 3 days this man did not move from that spot. He buried her, of course, but he couldn't leave right away. Dicong was bleeding inside. Sure, his wife suffered as well for the death she went through, but his heart bled just as much in the spiritual sense. In the end, it took all his willpower just to budge from the mountain. What came afterwards could be summed up like most would expect. He returned to the Water Clan and began preparations for the return of his wife. Although he doesn't know when exactly, but that didn't hinder his will to welcome his woman's return. Thankfully, the poor guy didn't need to wait long either when he came across his son by Xianxia by pure coincidence. Batty father, fortunately you didn't stop mother from leaving at the end. The steam bun happily stuffs a grape into his mouth, his eyes revealing delight at the sweetness. There's no warmth in this world for mother, but the other side is not the same. She got family there. If she had come to learn you took that from her in the future, then she will undoubtedly be very angry at you. The man could only shake his head helplessly due to his son's uncharacteristic mature speech. Xianxia, we will go find your mother in 2 days. 8 years of patience have finally come to an end. When he gets his grubby hands on her, he would make sure to have his way of embracing that woman to his heart's content. And if possible, spend several nights of love-making to satiate his near-bursting hormones. Why 2 days later? Batty father, don't you want to see mother? Why wait? Bai Xianxia asks again with a look of bafflement. If it was me, I would go right now. I don't even know how Batty father could endure for 8 straight years. If it was me, I would be crying in pain already. I've received word from state teacher earlier, that's why I need 2 days to accomplish the task. 2 days is enough, then I'll take you to your mother. He really wants to see his wife, but in order to return to the demon realm as soon as possible, Daoist must finish another thing beforehand. He's waited 8 years already, another 2 days won't delay much. I don't want to, Bai Xianxia puckers his lips into a displeased shape. I want to see mother, I'm going to find her first on my own. Those bad women all envy her, they will definitely try to pick on her. Water Clan's young lord, 4. Daoist doesn't believe his wife would be picked on by others considering her personality. However, that doesn't mean he's going to tolerate such an act against his own woman either. You're not familiar with this place yet, nor are you capable of finding your mother on your own. Let's do this, I'll order someone take you to her if you want to go ahead. It's not like the Demon King did nothing during the past 8 years that he's been here. Regarding Bai Yan's identity and history, he's learned it all and knew how wronged she's been at the hands of those people who ruined her family and killed her mother's side of the family. In addition, Daoist's gaze grew solemn and heavy. You must get a better understanding of your mother's situation. I will give you the information I gathered beforehand. Whether or not you can help your mother get revenge is up to you. I don't want my wife dirtying her hands with their filthy blood. Bai Xianxia immediately jumps up in glee, his small face glowing with excitement. Papa! You mean I can go find mother ahead of you? Daoist crooked smiles to affirm the question due to not being addressed with that silly nickname from his son. Your mother is probably looking for you as well, so you go ahead. I can't be at ease unless someone is with her. He knows how much hate Bai Yan has for Winshan. Even until the day where she died under that lightning strike, she remains firmly under the idea of wanting to make the man regret the act of abandoning Bai Yu. Therefore, Daoist doesn't want anything to happen while he's not with her. Now here's where Bai Xianxia comes into play. He may not be able to go right away, but this rascal could, and it's someone he trusts. That's awesome. Bai Xianxia jumps up and down like a baby again. The doggy I met before is quite good. Why don't you have him take me to mother? Daoist. Are you sure you want a dog to take you on a plane? He's not a demon beast. Daoist eventually throws this out after a long moment of awkward silence. If the dog can take human form, then it's one thing, but he's a dog, a genuine dog and no more. That cat can do it too. I think that fat orange cat is quite nice. Have him take me. This rascal, can he be a bit more normal? Besides, what does being fat have to do with helping you find someone? Daoist thought, unable to comprehend why his boy would suggest a dog and a cat in this case. I'll find someone to take you. During this trip you must behave. If I find out you aren't and is acting up, I will have them take you back without a second thought. The stern voice of the Demon King meant he's serious and would really do that if the boy made trouble like he always did in the other world. Despite the pouting face, Bai Xianxia did not talk back, a rare occasion for this parent and son relationship. So be it, a human it is. Although I still think this water clan only has that doggy and fat cat as the cutest. As for the others, thinking of those people, Bai Xiaoqin's eyes would darken into a displeased shape. Batty father, you've been here for 8 years. Why didn't you form your own power? I don't like the people here in this water clan. He did it back when he was searching for mother the first time around. Why didn't he do it again in this other world? Di Tsang. These 8 years, this persistent demon king has been busy following his wife around. Where would he find the time to go organize a new power on Earth? In light of that though, he did take in some stray animals like that dog and fat cat. They're not demons or demonic creatures, but they're still animals and instinctively attracted to the man. Xiaoqin, do you think I would need some kind of power in this place? Di Tsang says it proudly and arrogantly like the very idea was a joke. If someone does dare to challenge me, I will have Black Turtle go deal with them. Those people are not qualified for him to personally maneuver against them. My son won't suffer any grievances. 1. Sure enough, Bai Xiaoqin became stumped for words at that sort of an answer. True, considering his old man's status and power, why should he deal with those people from the water clan? Simply having Black Turtle order them would be more than sufficient. Papa, how did Black Turtle know about you coming here anyways? Also, how did he know you needed a body to use and arranged the water clan's young lord for you from the beginning? Biting his fingernail, the boy questioningly asks with a look of confusion. Donning a dazzling smirk, Di Tsang's reply left his son astounded. I don't know. I don't know? Only a fool would believe that. Huffing and puffing, Bai Xiaoqin didn't buy a single word of it. As curious as he was right now, the boy knew he won't get an answer from his old man. If anything, he could always turn to state teacher for an answer. After all, that guy always seemed to have the answer to everything. Why are you being so nosy for? Didn't you want to go find your mother? Giving his son's head a rub to shoo him along. Then you can go now. Remember, if someone disrespects you, then put them in their place. My son will suffer under no one. Giggling with laughter, the steam bun didn't need his old man to tell him that. Papa, as if you need to tell me that. I have never been one to swallow any grievances. From the time he's been born, to the current day, this rascal has never eaten any grievances, not even once. Then go, I'll have things arranged for you. After saying that, Di Tsang's gaze inexplicably shifted to the exit and into the far-off unknown. It's as if he's looking at others that's not within his view yet within his senses. If these people in the water clan obey and listen, then I can let them be, but if they get restless and try anything, I won't mind letting them fall from their current heights once and for all. Goodbye then, Batty father. Waving his hand, the rascal didn't hesitate and quickly ran for the door. His demeanor told everyone that he couldn't wait to leave this place. Meanwhile in the back, Di Tsang's face had gone all black again. This brat, does he hate spending time with his own father that much? And why is he using that nickname again? Unaware of the woes plaguing his old man, Bai Xiaoqin only had the happy thought of reuniting with Bai Yan in his mind. Nevertheless, that doesn't mean his absent-mindedness meant his senses for the surroundings were hindered in any way, because he's quickly able to dodge to one side when a hand tried to push him after leaving the courtyard. The perpetrator of the act belonged to a child of about 10 years old. Considering the number of lackeys following this kid, it's obvious he's someone of important status in this water clan. Even so, that doesn't the steam bun would take this hostility lying down, which manifested into him pinching the other kid's wrist until a crunching sound could be heard due to the pressure. Ah! The kid wept like a screeching banshee due to the pain, causing the lackeys behind him to freak out as well. Sadly for them though, right as they tried to move forward to help, Bai Xiaoqin's threatening glare stopped them in their tracks. Lin Lin! Suddenly, an urgent call came from further ahead. Turning to look for the source, Bai Xiaoqin could see a beautiful woman running over in haste. Let go of my Lin Lin now. The lady orders, her eyes bordering on the line of tears due to the pained expression of her son. Smirking at the demand, the steam bun starts going back to his old way of acting innocent. Why should I let him go when he tried to push me? Is this how members of the water clan act, such unruliness? My son won't suffer any grievances, too. You! The beauty angrily points her finger at Bai Xiaoqin in an accusatory manner. However, her rage promptly subsided a notch after remembering who she's dealing with. Xianxia, this is your cousin, he did not mean it, so can you let him go? Tilting his head at the plea like he's in contemplation over the idea, Xianxia didn't let go though and instead bared his white teeth like a predator facing its prey. No. Mom, help me, hurry and help me. Wang Lin continues to cry out in pain as his wrist grew more purple over the pressure. This wild bastard came from some unknown woman, how dare he come to the Water Clan to leech off of us? Hit him for me, hurry and hit him for me. That's right, the main reason this brat going by the name of Wang Lin tried to push Xianxia was because he's upset and jealous of the attention being shifted away from himself. Coupling in with the negative feedbacks from his own parents in secret, plus the reminder from his own grandparents to be at heed with this new cousin, the boy's heart grew twisted and irate. That's why he came today, it's to deliberately stomp on Xianxia to flaunt his status. Well, that was the plan anyways. The beauty's face got very pale after her son's outburst. There's open panic in her eyes because that kind stuff could only be said in the shadows, not in open public like here before the house attendants. Make no mistake, this beautiful madam of this house may hold a high position within the Water Clan, but not even she would try to poke fun into Daoist's business due to how famously cruel and cold the man has become after that incident from 8 years ago. Close your mouth this instant, Lin. The woman snaps at her son, those teeth grinding due to the tense thumping in her heart. Xianxia, this is nothing but a little fight between children. Why are you taking things so seriously? Moreover, Lin here didn't mean what he said, he really didn't. Snickering in contempt at the obvious lie, the steam bun didn't believe a single word of it. He insulted me by calling me a wild bastard. After saying that, he immediately increased the pressure on his grip some more, causing the other boy to squeal out again. So, I want him to apologize to me and to scold himself by saying he's a bastard child for 100 times. I want that done this instant, right here and now as compensation. The beauty's face got even whiter. Have my son apologize and claim to be a wild bastard, and in front of everyone here? What does that make me and my husband then, the third son of this family? Xianxia, your father and your third uncle have always been close. If he learns of what you did to Lin today, then he will undoubtedly be very hurt. By then he might get too angry and throw you out of the Water Clan. It's said that the kid was brought in 2 days ago, meaning he's likely insecure inside and can be easily manipulated and intimidated. Cocking his chin after hearing his mother's threat, the naughty brat regained some of his vigor and started speaking garbage again. That's right, second uncle really likes me, he will definitely throw you out of the Water Clan and have you return to that lowly and filthy mother of yours. Xianxia could still bear dealing with an annoying brat at the beginning, but when the conversation shifts into Bai Yan, then the gloves are coming off. Without a second thought, the steam bun directly kicks his foe in the tummy and sends him rolling back. Damn it, how dare he scold my mother? The beauty became stunned. She didn't expect the boy to be so insane as to hit someone in this situation. However, right as she's about to speak out again, a chilling voice that seems to choke her by the throat spoke up instead. How come I never knew I had a good relationship with Longyun? How come I didn't know? Also, why would I go dote on another person's son when I have one already? My son won't suffer any grievances. 3. The man's low voice gave off a hellish vibe there, thus sending the beauty into a frozen state as she stood rigidly in attention. Second brother? Daoist didn't bother to reply to that call, only coming forward on his own. When he saw how upset his son was though, the man promptly reached out with his hand to give the boy a rub on the head. This maneuver was something Bai Yan did often when she's around, so he wanted to copy it to help elevate the mood. Sure enough, Xianxia's expression gradually let up as he felt that familiarity. Nevertheless, it won't change the fact that he's very unhappy and upset based on that pursed lip he's making. When that happens, the consequences are dire. Who's your second brother? Daoist shifts his attention back to the beauty. This body may be the young lord of the Water Clan, but this great demon king never once acknowledged he's part of this group. When the dust settles, he would instantly give up this fleshly container and leave. Second brother, I'm Mei Mei, I'm Longyun's wife, your sister-in-law. The woman answers with shakiness in her voice. Frowning like he's trying to remember the name, Deetsong's next word downright hurts. No impression. The beauty by the name of Mei Mei directly fell over backwards at the blunt reply. She couldn't even bring herself to stand up right now due to the heartache. Truly, the lady thought the other man would at least remember her name because she had actually tried to pursue him in their youth and not her current husband. Sadly, despite the effort of this woman and all her attempts at seducing the other side, the already deceased young lord of this water clan was a dunce and didn't get the hint at all. Then once the man kicked the bucket and Deetsong took over, that's when the already stale relationship devolved to the point where she couldn't even make eye contact. Xianxia, Deetsong returns his gaze back to the little fella standing beside himself. I said it, you are my son and don't have to take any insult from anyone. My son won't be wronged or insulted. Water Mei Mei couldn't believe what she's heard and promptly stared up out of reflex. What does he mean by that? Have him kneel on the ground and slap himself. He is not allowed to get back up until I am satisfied. Deetsong states this is an order, not a request. Second, Shen Mei Mei's heart shuddered at the idea. She wanted to say something more to defend her family, but against that frightening pressure, the lady instinctively swallows the pretentious words back down and pleaded instead. Please Lord, Lin is still a child, he really knows his wrong, please spare him. You know you're wrong? Deetsong turns to the brat and asks this. The brat never feared anyone in his life before, not even his old man. However, against this second uncle of his, he felt true fear for once and trembled profusely when replying. I'm wrong, I know I'm wrong. Coldly smirking, I've said it before, Xianxia is my son, whoever dares to bully him will not be spared. Since you people take my words as a bluff and only admit to your wrong due to my presence, then Xianxia doesn't need to accept your apology. My son won't suffer any grievances for, in other words, the bratty kid must slap himself until he's satisfied, otherwise the matter won't be put to rest. After all, not even Bai Yen would dare lay a hand on the steam bun when he made a blunder. Why should some random fool be allowed to do so? It would be on Deetsong's head if he left this issue go unpunished. Mom, I don't want to, I don't want to slap myself. I don't want to. The bratty kid sobs continuously, regretting fully on coming today. Of course, the boy still doesn't believe he's in the wrong, just that he shouldn't have done what he did in this manner and went for another solution. Water Mei Mei was a mother, and as a mother, there's no way she wouldn't want to save her own boy. Unfortunately for her though, the second she cast her eyes upward to meet Deetsong's cold gaze again, her courage crumbled without fault. Lin, be good, do what your second uncle tells you. Do it now. This man is too cruel, it's just a fight between kids and he's going this far. What is he going to do if I refuse right now? Will he kill me? He wouldn't, right? The order from his own mother only brought even more tears to the bratty kid, making him cry louder and louder. Gritting those teeth to steel her heart at the disobedience, Lin, if you don't listen then I will leave you in the beggar's den. Then you will be a beggar's child. In this instant, this very second, the bratty kid actually stopped crying, only looking up in disbelief over the very mother that's always been doting and loving to himself. Despite his own grievances, this child also knows his mother would always keep to her words when said, I'll hit. Flushing red in the eye, the boy kneels down to the ground and slaps himself in the face. Against this sight, Water Mei Mei definitely felt the stinging pain as well. She's bleeding inside over what she's ordered. Sadly, as much as she would like to put a stop to this, that threatening gaze from Deetsong left her too helpless and weak. Since you and your husband don't know how to educate your child, then I will. He will learn today on what can be said and what can't be said. In Deetsong's view, his behavior right now wasn't cruel in the slightest. In fact, he's thinking he's already being quite merciful in lecturing someone else's child. After all, he's the great demon king. Such transgressions would have long warranted the death penalty in the other world, let alone a few slaps. Second. Originally Water Mei Mei wanted to plea again after that comment, but the death glare in the next left her too fearful for words. It's a known fact that the man across from herself didn't like others addressing him as family, only as Lord in the formal title. Apparently she didn't quite remember that tidbit until this instant and kept crossing the line with Deetsong. He's only a child, you wanted to say that, didn't you? Deetsong then continues to speak in a manner like someone that's able to read minds. But he did, that means others were uttering such things around him. As his mother, you are just as guilty. You think I will let this pass so easily after you gossiped behind my back about my wife and child? This time Water Mei could no longer keep her wits together. Plodding to the ground into a prostrating posture, "Lo Lord, please spare me, no matter what I still bear a child for the Water Clan. Say what you will, but there are prices to be paid for your loose tongue." Still expressionless and cold as ever, Deetsong's attitude never wavers when dishing out punishment. "Someone come, drag this woman and Water Longyun out of the estate. I'm declaring they are no longer part of the Water Clan as of this instant." Gawking her eyes out in horror and disbelief, Water Mei almost fainted in that second. She thought at the very most he would beat her or something along those lines, not directly banish them from the family. Her husband's the younger brother of this man. "Why, Lord, why are you so cruel?" she asks with that shaky voice. "Because my wife is coming back, so I need to eliminate all the disharmonious voices of the Water Clan. These slurs and gossips will pollute her ear." Boom. The woman's brain exploded into nothingness, not being able to comprehend the gravity of that statement. He said his wife is coming back, that's why he's banishing me and my husband? It's so our words won't contaminate her ear? How can he go to such extent for a woman? Bai Yi's recovery. 1. Water Mei always thought she knew enough about the old Deetsong to understand him, but it's until this moment does she realize how foolish she's been. This person, this individual whom she tried to pursue for many years, he's an absolute enigma. Lord, making a bittersweet smile, the beauty slowly pulls herself up from the ground to speak in compliance. "I understand now. I will go and clean up my things and leave this place." After saying that, she turned and left without struggle, giving off a frail and unsteady feeling of hopelessness. Make no mistake, it's not like Water Mei didn't want to protest and complain, contrary, she's too smart for that. If the lady had continued to linger and offend the man some more, who knows what might happen by then. Moreover, her husband was the third son of the current house chief. That means Water Longyun would always remain a son of the Water Clan. Even if they couldn't remain here for now, it's without a doubt they would return someday once the heat dies down. Retracting his gaze from the woman now that he's done, Deetsong shifts his attention to the boy next to himself. "Xianxia, go find your mother now. She should be somewhere in the capital city of this country. I'll go call someone to guide you." Immediately lighting up from his upset little face, Bai Xianxia needed no better news than to find Bai Yan. Smiling brightly at the suggestion, "Then Batty Father, when will you come find us?" "I'll be there as soon as I can." Slightly sinking in his eyes, Deetsong didn't have confidence in when, so he only said soon. At that, the steam bun didn't ask for more details and instead brought up his own thoughts. "Papa, you have to make these people take care of the big doggy and big orange cat. They're my only friends here in this place." "Okay." Grinning at his boy's request due to being addressed properly, Deetsong went ahead to ruffle that hair before turning to a middle-aged attendant nearby. "You take him to the capital. His order is your utmost priority from here on forward, and if anything happens to him then you can forget about returning to the Water Clan. My son doesn't need to, nor will he suffer any grievances in this world." The middle-aged attendant got white after hearing that order. Despite his own woes at the consequences, he didn't forget what happened to Water Mei mere seconds ago and hurried to bow his head. "Yes, Lord." As wrong as the bratty kid was in coming today for troublemaking, he's not entirely alone in this matter. None of these people from the Water Clan took the steam bun seriously. One being the unknown birth mother that they never met, they didn't have a clue about her background. Second being how little appearance the little boy made before the public's eye. If the young lord himself didn't show his son around, then why should they take the child seriously? Nevertheless, after today's incident and of how even the third young master has been expelled from the clan, no one here would ever have that thought again. Back over in the One Clan, when Fei, stepsister, was currently sitting atop of her own bed and allowing those spirit particles to infuse into her pores. She wants to verify whether or not Bai Yan was lying to her and has been hard at work. Regarding the method of cultivation on Earth and the other world, they're mostly the same by absorbing the spirit particles in the air. However, Earth only utilizes this power in their martial arts by covering their body in a thin layer like an armament, while the other world had a better understanding of this force and could manipulate it to their will by changing its form and use. Also, unlike the other world where power reigns supreme, the spirit particles on Earth could only be described as lacking. For example, those who manages to reach the monarch rank are far and in between on these lands. Like the Water clan here, their founding ancestor still lives today and had reached the monarch rank due to the support of Black Turtle, but even the old fella could only sit at the monarch rank and not move an inch further. Bai Yi's recovery, too. Not needing to wait for long, when Fei Fei soon felt a surge of strength rushing out from within her abdomen. With a bang, she breaks through her bottleneck in a flurry of air gushing out of her pores. If it had been in the past, then the lass would be ecstatic after making such quick progress. However, there's only shock and panic left in those eyes right now as the words of her hated stepsister returned again. Bai Yen is right, my talent for cultivation has really gone up. Then does that mean, at the strike of noon, I will suffer unbearable pain day in and day out? Donk donk donk, it's then a series of door knocks catches her attention, startling the lass and bringing her back to reality. Hurrying to compose herself so others wouldn't notice the oddity in her expression, come in. Stepping in was none other than Wen Shan, the lass's father. Based on the level of love showing in the man's eye, it's clear he's thrown all of the mishaps of today's event out the window. Fei Fei, did you just make a breakthrough? I felt the surge of energy in the air just now and wanted to come check. Stiffly nodding as confirmation, the girl forces the panic back down and makes a smile. Haha. Wen Shan didn't notice the oddity and grew elated, laughing aloud for all to hear. Patting his daughter's shoulder, my Fei Fei is wonderful, you really are. I did not expect you to make a breakthrough this quickly after your last, but you did, and that brings me great joy knowing you are my daughter. Brother Shin, Chai Moon also follows closely from behind after sensing the change in the air as well. Even if my Fei Fei's talent is higher, it will still not compare to Yenner's. I speculate she's already grown to heights we can only imagine. At the mention of his unfilial older daughter, Wen Shan's expression promptly turned ugly because he didn't want to remember. Enough, Mooner, no one is allowed to mention that unfilial girl in this house again. She even wants to kill me, his own father. That girl is no daughter of mine, and I will not recognize her as such anymore. Chai Moon appears to want to speak again after that outburst, but after moving those lips a bit and stammering some more, she said nothing in the end and left it at that. Then that's when it happened during their conversation, a ringing gong of the old clock downstairs in the living room. Immediately, when Fei Fei's complexion turned ghastly white as her body trembled profusely, sweat rolling down her forehead like she's just came out of a pool. Fei Fei! Chai Moon was the first to notice the change and cried out in haste, "What's wrong, are you feeling unwell?" Although she had previously asked Wen Fei Fei on what Bai Yen fed her, but due to the fear of the consequences of others knowing, the lass in question didn't tell her own mother and kept it a secret. It hurts. Clenching her fist, the girl throws herself on the bed and began rolling around. Pa ma, it hurts, it really hurts. That pain could only be described as someone throwing her onto a grinding plate and then mashing her bones to powder. It's tearing her mind apart and sucking the air out of the lung. Fei Fei! Chai Moon screamed at the terrible sight and attempts to help. What's wrong? What's wrong with you? Why is this happening? Bai Yen, she fed me poison. She said that at the strike of noon I will become like this from now on. It hurts, Ma, it hurts, please kill me, kill me. Even until the end, she didn't want to reveal the secret to her pain. That's how much this current lifestyle meant for Wen Fei Fei. But then again, it couldn't be helped. The lass understands her own father very well. If it becomes known that only by destroying her dantian could she be relieved from such pain, then this man would definitely abandon them. Afterwards, the riches of life would be a fleeting memory, and they would return to the life of a beggar. Fei Fei. Wen Shan also steps forward and wanted to help his daughter up from the bed, but when he saw the twisted face his daughter made, those hands instinctively faltered and retracted away. Are you sure it was Bai Yen who did it? Bai Yi's recovery, 3. Brother Shan. Chai Moon wept uncontrollably and started to beg her husband, "Did you forget? Bai Yen forced-fed Fei Fei a pill before she left, that must the poison. I've done my best to be good to her, yet why is she doing this to my Fei Fei?" That said, the woman gradually took to the ground as she continued to weep. She's a mother, and as a mother, there's no way she wouldn't feel the much pain despite her foul nature. If there's any fault, then it's my fault. Fei Fei is innocent. She couldn't have chosen her own birth. It's all because of my mistake that she has to suffer. Brother Shan, please help her, please save our Fei Fei. That was a sound argument from Chai Moon's mouth. However, the woman apparently forgot the sort of harsh treatment when Fei Fei dished out to Bai Yi, who was also innocent in the whole story. Also, he ignored the fact that it's these two who stole Bai Yan's belonging and caused her to lash out. Otherwise this incident wouldn't occur in the first place. Being the gullible him, Wen Shan didn't put too much thought into those words and simply accepted it as fact. Fei Fei is indeed innocent. She can't choose her own birth, nor is Yenner qualified to hurt her. But Yenner said it before, if I go bother her then she'll kill me, her own father. In that second, Chai Moon's heart could only be described as cold and disappointed. In particular was how cowardly her husband was acting even when it's about saving their own daughter. It's giving her the shivers because she suddenly recalled back to how this man abandoned Bai Yu, which allowed herself to take over this home. Brother Shan, pulling herself up, the woman suddenly stopped weeping and showed a bittersweet smile as she spoke. We may not be able to get Bai Yen to yield, but don't forget, in this city there's still a Bai Ran. Frowning at the name, Wen Shan didn't quite get what his wife was getting at but let her continue anyways. Bai Ran married General Ling Kaiyuan's son. If the public finds out her niece did such inhumane things, then it will certainly impact the old general's name. The Ling family won't let that happen, which is why we need to force Bai Ran into helping us get that antidote. Gently closing her eyes, Chai Moon began to sob again to push her plot. Brother Shan, Ling Kaiyuan is a credit to the country and I respect him for that, but I don't know what else to do as a frail woman. I'm a mother, seeing my daughter suffer is unbearable for me. Besides, you don't want to lose a talented daughter, do you? He didn't feel moved at the sobbing from his wife, he didn't feel moved at the sight of his daughter's suffering, but this coward did feel moved once the topic of a talented daughter got brought up. It's true, he doesn't want to lose this daughter who had caught the eye of his old man who was the current chief of the Wen clan. I'll try as much as I can. If Bai Ran is not willing then there's no other way. After all, she's still Yuer's younger sister. Acting all submissive after getting her way, the woman deliberately lowers her face to hide that smirking grin. If that's your wish, Brother Shan, I won't object to your decision. At the same time, somewhere not too far away, Bai Yi had just gotten herself settled inside a hotel room when her mind started wander off in recounting today's various events. It's like a dream to this girl who's been poorly treated by others so far in life. Sister Bai Yen is really back. I don't have to live in the basement anymore. Thinking up to here, Bai Yi's heart would feel all sweet and melty like being smothered in honey. The only demerit from all this would be the fact that Bai Yen said she couldn't take her along, but that's too far ahead for this girl to think about right now. Donk donk, exactly then a knock from the door catches her attention, causing the girl to rush over to the doorway where a dazzling female stood. Sister Bai Yen! She exclaims, wowed by how beautiful Bai Yen has become after some rest and cleaning. Take this. Bai Yen didn't mind the overreaction from her foster sister and handed a pill over. Bai Yi's recovery, 4. Taken aback by the gift in her hand, Bai Yi nearly drops it before catching it after a fumble. This is Dan pill. It will allow you to cultivate your internal Dan Tian again. The reason why Bai Yen did not stay in the same room as her foster sister was because she's busy making this pill. Preparations must be made and she doesn't have all that much time. Boom. The sound of explosion rocked the young lass's brain, her eyes falling into a daze of incredulous disbelief. Sister Bai Yen, you don't need to comfort me, I know my dandan is already destroyed, there's no way to cultivate anymore. Others can't let you anymore, but that doesn't mean I can't. Smiling to stir her sister's mood, Bai Yen reaches over to hold those hands as reassurance. I said it already, before I leave, I will make sure this place is safe for you to live. This pill is one of the things to help improve your strength. While I'm here for the next short while, I will oversee your entire training progress. Despite the comfort, Bai Yi still had the dull look of someone that couldn't take in reality. Can I really practice martial arts, cultivate my dantian again? It's not like this girl always had such negative outlooks in life, but ever since her life got turned upside from her Shifu perishing one day, then her dantian being ruined by Wen Fei's cruelty, this orphaned lass had no one else to turn to. Imagine living a life on such an unstable path after being left on the streets. The amount of hardship would be something most wouldn't ever experience, let alone understand. Using this uncertain mindset, Bai Yi stiffly went towards the bed. She intends to do as told and practice again after consuming the pill, but things take time, and this time would be for the whole night. Next morning, without deviating from the expected plan, the lass's shattered dantian had started to show signs of recovery. She could feel it. Unfortunately, the progress she made in the past didn't return and would require it all to be redone in strides. But that's not an issue at all, does it? The important bit was there's hope again. Looking out the window, Bai Yi once again regained the lost energy that she once held in the past. She's rejuvenated. It looks like your dantian is starting to recover. It's then Bai Yan's voice drifted over. Elated by the voice, the lass swings her head around to meet those familiar eyes. Sister Bai Yan, how did you get in here without me opening the door? Chuckling at the silliness of that question, you didn't close your door properly last night, so how do you think I got in here? Oh, scratching the back of her head in embarrassment, Bai Yi also starts to chuckle like she used to as a child. I guess my old habits are still there. I forgot to close my room like I used to. Sister Bai Yan, I'm not dreaming, right? I can really practice martial art and cultivate again? If it's a dream, then I would rather not wake up again. Aching in the heart again, Bai Yan didn't need any more hint on the sort of hardship her immaturity had brought upon this foster sister of hers. Quickly nodding so she wouldn't get any strange thoughts. Of course, when did I ever lie to you? Sniffling in the nose like she's about to cry now, Bai Yi couldn't hold back her emotions anymore. Sister Bai Yan, I can't even begin to describe what I'm feeling right now. When Shifu passed away and you were gone, I didn't have anyone left. Then when Wen Fei destroyed my dantian, I really wanted to jump into a river and end my life. I didn't have any hope, only struggling to live each day like a zombie, pausing to hold in her swelling tears, but I can see the light now. My dantian has recovered, not fully, but I can feel it mending. Even if I don't have all the strength I had in the past, I will work hard and not bring shame to Shifu again. I vow to avenge her with my all. 10 years ago, it was Bai Yu who adopted her and gave her courage to live. So, in this girl's heart, that woman was like a god, a goal she must pursue with her all. As for Bai Yan, well, that lady's too outstanding to the point the younger sister here couldn't even imagine catching up. Saving a lowly one, Bai Yan soon left the hotel after confirming Bai Yi's well-being. She had other things to do, however. She didn't make it far before being called out by someone from the back. Hey beautiful, is it really you? The voice belongs to a handsome man who directly ran ahead to get in her way. Stopping in her step at recognizing who it was, Bai Yan pricks her brow in amusement. You need something? Didn't you say you were going to come find me, oh beautiful? I waited all night and you didn't come. Thank goodness I came searching and found you here. So how is it? Do you have a portrait of your son yet? Ling Lang's, her cousin, mouth carried the iconic smile that he so commonly used to seduce the other sex, showing how much he's trying to put on a good image here. Sure, the other side had a son already and he doesn't know she's his cousin as well, but being the flirtatious playboy that he was, why shouldn't he go for her when there's no mention of a husband? Heck, in this modern age, it's not uncommon to find a single mother at all, not uncommon at all. Oh, Bai Yan actually forgot about the portrait and found herself in a bind. Do you have a brush in your home? I can draw a portrait of him now. If this silly cousin of mine helps, then it will be easier to find Xianxia. Why not? Of course, we can go to my home. I sent the jade to my grandfather last night and he liked it a lot. Grinning in the face like a curious little wolf, I say beautiful, I still haven't gotten your name yet, and where is your husband? I haven't seen anyone with you so far. My name is Bai Yan. Smiling at the mention of her possessive husband, Bai Yan's happiness couldn't be hidden. My husband is not of this world. Oblivious to how misleading her own sentence was there, Bai Yan only meant it as Di Tsong being in the celestial realm right now and not on Earth. However, that sentence had an entirely different meaning for Ling Lang's ear, who immediately perked up. So her husband's dead? It's not easy for a woman to raise a child on her own. No wonder she's struggling to find her son. Thinking of this, the playboy's gaze towards Bai Yan now had a hint of pity. Forgive me, Ms. Bai Yan, I shouldn't have mentioned your husband without knowing better. As for your son, I will try my best to help you find him. Nodding at that, the lady here didn't think much else of her cousin's kind words. She and him are relatives, so why would blood-related family have that kind of thought towards each other? Unfortunately for this woman, though, she apparently forgot Ling Lang doesn't know they are cousins and kept thinking of her as an outsider. Nothing much happened during the following drive towards the man's home, or at least in the beginning. Bai Yan was sitting in the passenger seat to rest herself while occasionally nodding to Ling Lang's constant yapping. Then it occurred, a swirling sports car that came out of nowhere on the road in front of them. Out of reflex, Ling Lang twisted the wheel and hit the brake as hard as he could. Unfortunately for the poor guy, it's too late, and by the time he realizes it, the car had rammed into a nearby pole. Fuck. Who is driving that car? Do they know how to drive? Jumping out of the vehicle despite the trickling blood down his forehead due to him hitting the windshield, Ling Lang lashes out with vigor in his voice. Saving a lowly, too. Infuriated and in the heat of the moment, Ling Lang didn't think much of the incident and began to dial the number of the police using his cell. However, his hands soon stopped when he realizes the sports car ahead wasn't stopping and appeared to be losing control, crashing into anything in its way. Specifically, the little girl that's around years old staring cluelessly at the incoming vehicle. She's in a daze due to how sudden it's coming at her. Smile! There's fluster in the man's eye as he ran towards the child. Unfortunately, the distance between him and the child made it impossible for him to get in the way. In that moment, Ling Lang's entire world seems to come apart as his head exploded into a blank stupor. But then, as all hope was lost, where everyone expected the lowly girl to be ruthlessly hit by the vehicle and die from the impact, something unexpected occurred. The car hit something all right, not the little girl though, something unmoving and hard, sending the car tumbling into the air and spinning like a wheel before crashing into another corner of the road. All had gone quiet then, leaving the streets so silent that they could hear a pin drop. The reason? That's because in front of the lowly girl stood a woman, a young female wearing a red skirt and a tight blouse that emphasized her hips. Ling Lang didn't freeze like everyone else in this case, running over to the little lowly like he's seen salvation. Smile, how come you are here? Where's your bodyguard and babysitter? How come you are alone? Perhaps it's due to the danger finally passing and giving the lowly a chance to breath, but immediately after she came back to her senses, the child by the name of Smile promptly broke out into a cry. Big brother, I'm so scared. Hurrying to pull the girl into his arms like it would protect her some more, this playboy that gave off an aloof air began to caress that head to soothe the shock inside the child. It's okay, Smile, it's safe now, so don't be afraid. Tell me first, why are you here and alone? It was Auntie Wu who took me out, Ling Smile answers honestly, her mood calming down as she wiped some of those tears. Then turning around to search for the mentioned person, where's Auntie Wu? Ling Lang's face got very ugly. It doesn't take much for him to connect the dots on what's going on here and what that Auntie Wu did today. But against the little lowly's frightened appearance, he could only hold it in and keep that fury for another time. This is a setup. I need to tell Grandpa right away. Bai Yan, I have to thank you. The man turns to the girl's savior with a look of great gratitude. She is my little sister. Her name is Ling Smile. Thank goodness she is here, otherwise, I don't even want to think about the consequences. But then once he regained his composure and recalled the incredible sight of Bai Yan stepping in front of the car with one hand outstretched, his eyes would instinctively narrow in. This woman, she's a martial cultivator? Ling Lang may not be a cultivator, but he's heard enough from his mother Bai Yu about the world of martial artists. Most of those known to the public are nothing more than average with big muscles to show off their brute strength. However, there are gems among the mundane, like breaking rocks and bending steel with their bare hands, and some could even use their internal energy as armaments like real weapons. Why did you just do that? Bai Yan didn't show the same smiling face as her cousin though. Her expression carried the stern look of a lecturing teacher. Do you know how dangerous it is if the other side intended for that? You would be dead if they wished to harm you. Hanging his head, the man understood what she meant. I know, they are aiming for Smile and my family. Bai Yan, you are a kind woman to tell me that. Anyways, that's my family's business and we will handle it accordingly. My home is nearby so we can walk the rest of the way. Let me make a call first though. I need to get a tow truck here to pull my car. As unhappy as Bai Yan was at her cousin's carelessness, she also knew the fault didn't lie with these two who was victim of this attack. Then recalling back to the car, she swiftly turns her gaze to the driver's seat of the flipped vehicle. That car, there's no one driving it. A normal person would undoubtedly be freaked out by the lack of a driver. However, Bai Yan could tell someone was controlling it using some sort of ability. There's no way a malfunction would push a vehicle to that kind of speed. That's unreasonable and unrealistic. What are those in the shadows planning? Are they aiming for the Ling family or just Ling Smile? Or perhaps they're aiming at them because of me? In this world on Earth, Bai Yan had no other family left aside from Bai Yi and her aunt Bai Ran. If someone intends to hurt her remaining family, then the gloves are coming off. Saving a lowly 3. The Ling family's estate was located in the military district reserved for members of the army. Due to Ling Lang bringing back a woman with him, the famously flirtatious playboy of the street, the quiet and peaceful district has now become a rowdy gossip ground that's constantly peeking out to meet this new lady. Smile. Before coming back, Ling Lang had already called his mother Bai Ran and explained the car accident, hence their reception by the beautiful madam at the door. Smile. You scared Mama here to death. The madam quickly runs over to throw herself at the little lowly. Thank goodness you are all right, otherwise I won't know what to do. Despite being still antsy from all this, Ling Smile nevertheless kept up a smile for her own mother. Mama, it was this big sister who saved me. Only then did Bai Yan notice Bai Yan's presence, and sure enough, the madam was wowed by that incredible face. She thought she had seen the most beautiful woman in this world thanks in part due to her older sister Bai Yu, but this lady brought home by his son was at a different level altogether. Girl, warmly reaching over to grasp Bai Yan's hand, I really want to thank you from the bottom of my heart. Our Ling family owes you a great deal for saving Smile's life. Looking down at how warm she's being received, Bai Yan's lip couldn't help but smile at that, making her feel like at home again. Auntie, it's been a long time, to think your appearance hasn't changed at all. Bai Ran visibly looks taken aback. There's shock, but more were confusion in those eyes. You are, Auntie, I'm Bai Yan. Bai Yan was no stranger to Bai Ran here. They've met already during their younger years. Though it's not a lot, the relationship between this aunt and niece remains good even before everything that eventually occurred, thus making their reunion all the more special. Trembling in her lips at the recognition, the madam appeared almost lost for words. Yo, you are Yener? You are really Yen Yen. Auntie, did you forget me already? When my mother brought me here the first time, cousin here was still wearing diapers. I could still remember uncle beating him for wetting himself that day. Compared with the average little girls of her age back then, Bai Yan had exceptional memory due to her innate talent. It's also one of the reasons she excelled in alchemy and could produce those pills at such a young age. Tearing up in the eyes following that confirmation, Bai Ran's grasp around her niece's hand tightened up like she would lose this child if she lets go. Yen Yen, where have you been all these years? You dad and his new wife have already moved here in the capital, but when I went to find him you were nowhere to be found. Is it because they won't let you stay with them? Regarding Wen Shan, her former brother-in-law, Bai Ran definitely held a strong level of grudge. One being how selfish the man was at heart, the second being the fact that he abandoned his wife at the critical moment and allowed the Bai clan to perish under the other two families' assault. Compared with the excitement of the madam here, Ling Lang didn't fare so well and wanted to faint. Bai Yan? Why does the name sound so familiar all of a sudden? Bai Yu's daughter. In an instant, his whole face collapsed into a despairing look of irony and self-mockery. He thought he had a chance. He thought her husband was gone. But this turnout? They're related by blood. That wonderful picture of walking down the aisle just went out the window. Saving a lowly, for, I wanted to avenge my mother, that's why I left the family, but I'm back now. Ever since she crossed over into the other world, Bai Yan never thought she would be able to get the chance for revenge on the ones who hurt her family here on Earth. To be able to have this opportunity was a blessing. You two are both very stubborn. I don't know if it's my older sister who passed it on to you, but leaving without a word is improper, you understand? Yi too, she's just as stubborn. I wanted to help her, but because she was afraid of dragging me down, that child would repeatedly refuse my help and money. Big sis have always been the strong-headed one in the family. Father told her from the very beginning that when Shan wasn't a good man, not someone she could entrust her life to, but she insisted and married him anyways. In the end, that coward didn't even dare go collect her body after that event. What use is there for such a selfish man? But, Bai Ran shifts her hand onto her niece's shoulder so their gaze would meet. Don't go thinking about revenge anymore. The backing those two clans have are not someone like you can handle. If you persist, then you will only throw your life away. I don't want my older sister's only blood to be lost as well. Although this city was very big due to it being the capital of this nation, there's only a limited number of places for individuals of high standing to visit. Therefore, it's not uncommon for Bai Ran to run into her enemies from the two clans. It hurts for sure, seeing the ones who murdered her sister and parents, but without strength, this woman knew it's futile. A pebble trying to make a wave inside a lake, that's the predicament Bai Ran has found herself in. What's more, she also has to think about her husband's side of the family. The Ling house may be one of the founding members of this nation, but the military wouldn't really move just because of a whim of one lady. There are many cogs inside this machinery, and those opposing her father-in-law, General Ling, would undoubtedly take the opportunity to poke and prod at him. Don't worry, Auntie, I have my own arrangements. Bai Yan saw the urgency in her aunt's eye and didn't want to worry her. She's here to take revenge regardless of what others say. However, that doesn't mean they needed to know her plans. A humph. Ling Lang finally came out of his depressed state after the initial shock. Mom, you don't have to keep nagging her, let's first head inside and settle in. Me and cousin here still have something to talk about. Making a helpless smile at her son's behavior as she shook that head, what are you two going to discuss that your own mom can't hear? Oh, Bai Yan's son is missing, I'm going to be helping her look for him. An audible shattering of glass could be heard echoing in the madam's ear. Her mind literally exploded then and became a blank slate. Married? And has a son? Yan, you married? How old is the child? Bai Ran couldn't hold back her inner woes and asked. He's 8 years old. 8 years old? Ling Lang's mouth twitched at the number. He knows Bai Yan has a son, but not 8 years old. Cousin, if I remember correctly, you're only 22 this year, right? Don't tell me you had a baby when you were 14? You're saying during the past 10 years where you were missing, you've been having a baby? You know getting married that young and having a child is illegal. Pricking her brow at this dunce of a cousin, do you have opinion about it? Going by that look and expression, Ling Lang would immediately recall back to the powerful actions of this woman stopping a car with her bare hands. Shivering slightly, he promptly shook his head with those hands doing the same. Of course not, cousin, of course not. If you don't, then help me find my son first. Giggling at that silliness, Bai Yan didn't want to keep teasing the poor guy anymore and turned back to her aunt. Auntie, you don't have to worry about me, I have my own plans already. Anyways, I want you to take care of E in my place though, she's still at the hotel we're staying at right now. Oh, yes, of course. Bai Ran almost didn't react in time and fumbled her reply. She's still lost in the idea of her niece carrying a baby at 14 years old, that's too much for her heart. This child, she must have suffered a lot after leaving home. Big sis always protected her well, there must be a lot of pain involved that I don't know of. The sensational stir of Bai Shechen's entry, 1, airport. Coming out of the terminal was a delicate-looking steam bun, His casual clothes emphasized his handsome and lovely features and causing all those walking nearby to stare in amazement. Oh my God, is this kid a star or something? How can one look so handsome and cute? Did he eat something special to grow up like this? From time to time, someone would take out their phones and begin recording, uploading the video to their friends and blogs as well. Bai Xiachen had never been exposed to the customs of modern-day people from Earth, thus their actions are making him especially uncomfortable. However, he's not going to tell them off like he would in the other world since they're not doing anything hostile. That's a lesson he learned from Bai Yan: only hurt those who hurt him, otherwise it's not right to harm others. Big Bear, do you have any news on where my mother is yet? He asks the big bodyguard that's behind himself. Twitching in the mouth over the way he's being addressed, the man tasked with guiding the boy makes a helpless face. Little master, your father only tasked me with bringing you to the capital. I don't know where your mother is. The main reason the boy kept calling this man using that nickname was due to how thick and tall he was. He's giving off the impression of a big grizzly bear. Coupling in with the fact that Bai Xiachen loves animals, it's only proper he address someone in his entourage as so. Of course, the poor bodyguard didn't like the name but accepted it since his repeated attempts at correction fell on deaf ear. Oh, Bai Xiachen puckers his lips unhappily. With mother's personality, I know she won't go to that one clan. In that case, I think we should go look for her on our own. Let's find a place to stay first. How about it, Big Bear? Yes, that's a wonderful idea, little master. Big Bear respectfully complies by agreeing. He couldn't ask for a better idea, honestly. Then let's go. Unbeknownst to the little guy though, his images have already been posted across social media and gone viral, making him a small celebrity before he even made out of the airport. There are no shortages of good-looking kids in this world, however, finding one as delicate and handsome as him was a rarity. It drew millions of views online and roused a huge craze of search and investigation. Sadly, since this would be the first time he ever stepped foot into this world, no information ever came of the efforts. He's an enigma to these nosy people. Tian Clan. Following the ringing of a cell phone, Yu Snowing rubs her forehead and groggily answers it by pulling the device from under the pillow. Hello, big bro, what? The son of the young lord has come to the capital? All right, I understand. I will let my husband know. Don't worry, we will definitely seize this opportunity to please the child. Excitement could be visibly seen across the lady's face as she hung up the phone. Tian Wind, hurry and wake up. My big brother just said the little young master has come to our city. We need to hurry and find him. This opportunity won't come a second time if we miss it. Joy promptly filled the man's eye. This really is wonderful news. Let's do this. When we visit, we can bring our daughter along and let them meet. I know you don't want to force her into a marriage arrangement, so this is a good chance to let her have some time with that kid. This way it won't be so awkward if she does marry the child's father. The woman's face got very stiff then. She had no illusion about their daughter's unwillingness to becoming someone's stepmother, but what else was she supposed to do? It's not she could just tell her husband off when he's already stretching out an olive branch. The sensational stir of Bai Xiachen's entry, too. Biting her lip in a tied manner, husband, Fern is still a woman, having her go care for a child, that, I think it's not a good idea. It might affect her reputation. Frowning now in the face due to his wife's indecision, what wrong with that idea? If you want our daughter to climb further than us, then we must do this. Also, the Water Clan have always been very low-key, and your older brother won't let us use his name here either. Because of that reasoning, no one actually knows he's the current housekeeper of that clan. Pausing to gather his words so he doesn't mess it up, but if we can tie ourselves to the young lord of the Water Clan, then our future is secured. No one will ever dare challenge our family, nor do you have to worry about Foreign's future. Yu Snowing had to admit her husband's argument was winning her over. She's the younger sister of the Water Clan's housekeeper, yet no one knows that fact, nor does she dare give the details out. And, seeing there's still a hint of hesitation, the man quickly follows up with his final move. Didn't your brother tell us to grasp onto this opportunity? Don't you get what he means by that? Actually, this time around it's Tian Wind who's overthinking the meaning of that message. Yu Snowing's older brother only wanted them to keep Bai Xiachen happy and make sure he has a good time in the capital, Nothing more and nothing less. After all, it's a well-known fact by now that Di Tsong greatly cares for this son of his and that unknown future wife. Why would he go ask his own niece to poke into this relationship at a time like now? It's the same as throwing themselves into the fire pit for roasting. Still not fully convinced since her daughter's stubborn face won't stop coming up, but Foreign already stared she's not willing. Unwilling? Tian Wind snickers derisively. She's going to be the Water Clan's bride-to-be, what can she complain about? It's a blessing that most could only dream about. I don't care how you do, just get her to follow us to receive the little boy. She doesn't need to know why, just keep her in the dark. In the end this woman could only give in. As much as she would like to discuss this some more, but she knows her husband here better than anyone. When he's like this then there's no changing his mind. Whatever then, I won't get involved anymore. However, I still want our daughter to willing agree to the marriage first. If she still refuses then I'm not going to force her. I know Foreign's personality better than anyone. If we do force her then she would rather die than submit. You're fretting too much. Foreign is my daughter too, how can I not care about her? Pleased by his wife's answer, Tian Wind got a lot better in the face as he spoke. Go call Foreign and get her ready, we will go find the little boy now. Nodding as told, the woman slowly got out of bed and went downstairs. As it turns out, the hotel where Bai Xiachen was staying happens to be the very same one Bai Yi was staying at. And towards the new and unknown, the boy would curiously touch and stare in amazement at the high-tech appliances surrounding himself. For example, the elevator that's able to carry him up and down caught his attention the most, like a child finding a novelty toy. The sensational stir of Bai Xiachen's entry. 3. Big Bear, why does this thing open the door on its own? And what's an ID card? Why is the crystal on the overhead so bright? And what was the bird we were sitting in? Don't one usually sit on top of a bird and not inside it? He only came to Earth for a few days, so there are many things Bai Xiachen still hasn't learned yet. Coupling the situation with Di Tsong's inherent clinging to the old style of living, like using oil lamps and such, the boy never got much experience in the comforts of technology, thus his odd and strange questions. And regarding the plane they flew in, the steam bun here didn't particularly like it very much, especially when it came to the speed at which it flew at. He could have flown here on his own and at a much faster rate. This kid, is he mentally challenged? Unaware of his own remarks though, those nearby who had heard it showed a look of surprise when staring at the boy. Or did he just come out of the mountains? How can he not know what an elevator and ceiling light is? Unlike the others though, Big Bear seems to have already become accustomed to his ward's antics and continued to walk without emotion. He knows he's better off ignoring the voices of others in a situation like this. Suddenly, a mocking snicker came from the side of the elevator. Is a high-end hotel someplace any country bumpkin can come? You better get out of here before I call the manager. Originally, Bai Xiachen was still captivated by the novelty of the elevator in front of himself, but now his eyes have shifted entirely to the woman that's making a very displeased face. If one didn't know better, they might assume the boy did something heinous to her and caused a deep, grudging hatred. If this wasn't Wen Fei Fei, then who else could it be? She's been in a very foul mood ever since yesterday's excruciating pain. Therefore, she had come today to threaten Bai Yi and demand the lass in helping her get the antidote from Bai Yen. However, instead of complying like this foul girl had imagined, the once soft-minded Bai Yi had gotten a backbone again and retaliated by yelling back. This infuriating Wen Fei Fei to the core, which in turn resulted in this outburst of the elevator. She's using Bai Xiachen as a venting hole. Are you scolding me? The boy asks with his iconic smile of innocent nature, the prelude to the downfall of all those who cross him. Snickering some more. If not you, then who else can I be scolding? A country bumpkin like you dare to stay in a fancy hotel? Don't you know the price of one night is equal to your whole village's income for a year? I have to wonder what the security guards are doing to let someone like you in here. Despite the foul words coming out of that mouth, the steam bun merely stared at the filthy girl, never once blinking like a curious child. What are you looking at? When Fei Fei snaps again and flew into a deeper rage. You never seen a beauty before or something? Why are you staring at me like that? Oh, that? puckering his lips to one side. Mother told me I shouldn't talk to the mad dogs in the city, that's why I didn't say anything. I've always wondered what she meant, now I do. The sensational stir of Bai Xiaoqin's entry. 4. Since Bai Xiaoqin followed his mother around since he was a baby, the boy had seen a lot of pieces of work over the years. However, meeting one that's this special that would inexplicably rush over to cause trouble was a first. He had nothing to do with her, so it flabbergasted even him who's a known troublemaker. Growing irate after getting the boy calling her out, when Fei Fei growled menacingly, "You just scolded me by calling me a mad dog?" "I didn't scold you. I'm only calling you a mad dog because that's what you are. Is there a problem?" Using his childish facade, Bai Xiaoqin's face makes it really hard for others to doubt his innocence. What's more, where's the issue with him being from the countryside even if that's the case? Why should he be scolded by some random stranger when he did nothing? "Miss, there's nothing wrong with what this child said, why are you?" An onlooker couldn't keep watching anymore and decides to speak up to help. However, that murderous glare instantly shuts the crowd up. "Who do you people think you are to tell me what to do? What is wrong about what I just said? The money he has must be stolen. I'm going to call the police right now and get him jailed." Originally Big Bear didn't want to interfere into this silly scuffle of verbs, but when he overheard the way when Fei Fei insulted not only the boy, but also his origin, then that's already past the line. Getting stern in the face, "My young master here rarely goes out, so it's normal for him to not know these things. But when did a black diamond credit card become so common that anyone can just steal it?" Visibly freezing in the face at the mention, the wench almost couldn't believe her own ears. Black diamond credit card? How can these country bumpkins have a black diamond credit card? What's going on here? It's then the manager of this establishment came running over due to the noise complaints. He's flustered in the face and wanted to get the situation under control due to how much of commotion it's causing in the lobby. "Manager," the receptionist at the front desk finally gathered her wits and spoke up nervously. "Just now this little boy and his attendant used a black diamond credit card to check in, but Miss Wen here claims he stole it." When Fei Fei actually only said the boy stole money, not the card part. However, as we all know, words are easily twisted when landing on others' ear. Feeling the pressure of the situation, the manager hurries to wipe the sweat from his forehead to deliberate on the proper action of defusing the heat. "This black diamond card, as if one can steal it? That's the first time I ever heard of such a thing. Miss Wen, maybe you don't know this, but a black diamond card is not something one can use even if they pick it up from the streets. So, that shouldn't be the case." His words acted like a slap across the foul girl's cheek, making her all red and indignant. Glaring at the boy like a wild animal, "If you have a black diamond card, then why didn't you say so earlier?" Puckering his lips like an aggrieved child, Bai Xiaoqin's reply left many unable to doubt his sincerity. "You didn't ask me, did you? If you didn't tell me, then I would have thought it was my bodyguard who stole it or something. Besides, how can you expect a little kid like me to know such things?" Turning green from white, when Fei Fei's anger couldn't be withheld and exploded like a volcano at the gathered crowd who's snapping pictures left and right, "You're not allowed to film me, all of you close your phones right now." Sadly for this wench, it's too late by this point. Someone had already videotaped the whole encounter and posted it online. "I will remember this brat," sneering viciously in the face. "You will quickly learn that money isn't the only factor that decides one's status, it's strength. Even if you have more money, there is going to be a moment where you trip over after crossing someone you shouldn't." The sensational stir of Bai Xiaoqin's entry. 5. Grinning along his cute little face. "Auntie, you are so old already, don't you know it's not proper manner to call someone else a brat? Moreover, my father told me no one can make me feel wronged while in this country." "You?" When Fei Fei's gaze grew hard and jarring as she got up close in order to slap him as punishment. Sadly for her though, those legs didn't even make it 2 steps forward before being blocked off by the big bodyguard that exuded an aura of danger and dominance. This man, he's a martial artist, a real one? And from the looks of it, he's not the boy's family either, more like some sort of bodyguard. Who can afford to pay someone like this? The foul wench thought, unable to comprehend why Big Bear would willingly work under a child. Sadly for Wen Fei Fei though, The big man didn't want to waste time dealing with a nobody. Reaching down with one hand, he lifts the lass up and readily moves to toss her out like a dog through the sliding glass exit. This behavior would have long warranted an interference from the bystanders. This was a young girl being thrown out by a big strong man here in public. However, when Fei Fei had quite the reputation around these parts, and the good kind for that matter. She's an arrogant bitch, a well-known Karen that's been long despised by those of high society. Therefore, seeing such karma coming around against this girl sent them all in delight and found it justly deserved. Little brother, the manager quickly speaks up after seeing the situation was devolving even further. That lady is the daughter of the Wen clan, a powerful family in these parts. If your bodyguard hurts her, then her people will definitely come back for revenge. I suggest you leave right away and hide abroad. This boy doesn't deserve what's coming. He needs to leave and save himself. No matter the influence and reach of the Wen clan, they can't stretch their claws to other countries. The Wen clan? Mr. Manager, are you talking about the same family that has a person by the name of Wen Shan? He asks while stroking his little chin, a sure sign the steam bun was coming up with the naughtiest plan in his head. The manager nods seriously with all the strength of a kind stranger. Yes, there is such a man in that clan. He's a well-known individual around here. But why do you ask that, little brother? Oh, then that's perfect. Bai Xiachen jumps up in glee. Mr. Manager, if they do come looking for me, then please send them up to my room. I can save some trouble in looking for them myself. The manager literally gawked his mouth in shock and disappointment. In his view, this child was still too immature and was seeking his own demise by not fleeing right away. Didn't you hear my young master's command? Big Bear had finished tossing the package out when he returned to see the scene. That's why he got harsh in his voice, seeing the hesitation in the manager's face. They are the Water Clan, individuals at the peak of the martial world in this country. Forget about some puny Wen clan and their lackeys. Even government officials would have to think twice before crossing members of their clan. And sure enough, the manager yielded to the request after seeing the resolute face of his patrons. He's a worker here only, not some savior that should pry into others' business. Sometime later, the event in the lobby didn't upset the steam bun at all today. In fact, it's brought him great joy when a second party suddenly showed up at his doorstep and now currently stood before himself across the table. I'm so lucky to think I would meet Mother's enemy this quickly. Will she praise me if I punish them properly? Oh, what to do? How should I deal with these people? Of course, the smiling grin of the boy had an entirely different meaning for Tianwind, who had come today specifically to welcome Bai Xiachen. He even thought it's because the kid liked his own daughter a lot and hurried to push the lass forward. Little young master, it's a great pleasure of ours to welcome you to this city. If I had known you were coming ahead of time, then I would have arranged an entourage for you at the airport. Please meet my daughter. Her name is Tian Furen and will be happy to act as your guide while you are staying here. Tian Furen originally didn't want to come since she's being dragged along, but after realizing how incredibly handsome and cute the boy was, her eyes fell into a trance at the possibilities. If his son is this cute and handsome, then what makes the father? That young lord from the Water Clan must be mesmerizing. What a shame his health is so poor. If I do marry him, then I can only be a widow at such a young age. The sensational stir of Bai Xiachen's entry. 6. She doesn't seem to want to meet me at all, does she? Bai Xiachen only needed a glance to pick up on the displeased aura coming off of the girl. Without surprise, Tianwin's expression got a huge scare at being caught and hurried to glare at his own daughter to get the lass in line. Turning back to the boy, how can that be? Little young master, you are so lovely and handsome, no one can possibly dislike you. Then that's good. Bai Xiachen smiles accordingly while hiding the naughty grin inside. My family's Yellowy is missing a female companion, and I also like your daughter so she can be his mate. How about that arrangement? Yellowy? Tianwind got stumped for words. What is this Yellowy? According to reason, the young boy here should be introducing Furen to the young lord. Why someone else? Yellowy is a big golden retriever in my home. I think they are a good match. Tianwin's face immediately got green. This brat wants my daughter to be a mate for a dog? And he dares to say they're a good match. Where the hell does he see they're a good match? Sir, you must be jesting me, right? He asks with a hint of displeasure, twitching in the lips all the while trying to hold in his inner anger. Remaining serious as he replied, the steambun's words were damning. How can you say I'm joking? I'm serious. But, human and dog, how do you match them? Though unintended, that sentence thoroughly angered the boy and caused him to jump up from the sofa. Are you looking down on dogs? Why can't a human be matched with a dog? In my opinion, Yellowy is loyal and obedient, many times better than some people around here. Your Tian clan wants to throw your daughter to my father's side and have her become his woman. Who do you think you are to have such ideas? In my view, she is only qualified to be my pet's mate. He's a smart one, so how could Bai Xiachen not pick up on their intents as soon as they appeared? The only baffling part to all this was how stupid these people are. Why would they expect him to turn on his own mother and help them put another woman by Ditsong's side? That's just ridiculous and stupid. Tian Wen's face suddenly froze, his eyes showing incredulous and shock over what he's heard. It's true he wanted to use the steam bun to his own advantage and stuff Tian Fen to Ditsong's side, but to be exposed by an immature brat left him stupefied. Getting the reaction that he wanted, Bai Xiachen retracts his angry gaze and continued with his plan. I heard your Tian clan destroyed another clan a while back. Is it the Bai clan? Startled by the question, Tian Wind popped his eyes right away. How did this kid know about that? Little young master, there is indeed such an incident, but that's over 10 years ago already. May I know why you are bringing the matter up again? Bai Xiachen's heart instantly clenched up like someone just wrung it through the washer. That's how much it affected him. How much hardship did Mother experience while on Earth? She had to watch her loved ones die, and then watch her own father let that happen before her very eyes. These people must pay. I'll ask you one last question. Why did you destroy the Bai clan? For what reason? Regarding the reason for destroying Bai Yan's family, perhaps only the ones responsible would know the answer to that, hence his persistence in pressing the matter. Tian Wind didn't know why he's being pressured for something that shouldn't be related to the current matter at hand. However, he knew enough not to cross the young child in front of himself, especially when there's a wary bodyguard from the Water Clan nearby. Make no mistake, Tian Wind may be conceited and power-hungry at times, but his perception in recognizing a dangerous variable was top-notch. The Wen clan's here, one, little young master, this matter, it's not that I can't say. Frowning in the face, Tian Wind spent a moment to go over his own words to not let anything that he didn't want spoken to slip. It's like this. At the beginning, the reason we destroyed the Bai clan was because we got word of that family holding a treasure that could help one gain divinity. We wanted to offer it up to your father as a gift. Sadly, after gaining possession of it, there was no way to know how to use said treasure, hence our reluctance to bring it forward. Those are nice words indeed, however. Tian Wind never once thought about giving it to Di Tsong at all in fact. After all, who wouldn't want to become a god or celestial immortal if possible? But as years dragged on with no sign of them ever figuring out the secret to said item, he figured it's better to use it now today as a gift to win some points with the Water Clan. At least that way he would curry some favors. Sadly for this man though, Bai Xiachen wasn't going to go along with his plan. The boy's face remains unchanged without any sign of being ecstatic after being told a lie. So, it's for some treasure that you destroyed the Bai clan? Bai Xiachen asks again, his eyes starting to narrow in. Taken aback at first, Tian Wind had to take a good second to understand the boy's words. Hastening to laugh in order to break the tension, little young master, you don't have to worry about the Bai clan's demise. No one will know about the connection between the Tian clan and the Water clan. There won't be any unwanted rumors floating around, I can promise you that. Oh. Pricking his brow at the odd reply, Bai Xiachen now got somewhat curious at what the man meant. And what would that connection be? How come I don't know? Still not following, the man continues to speak without much forethought. The housekeeper in the Water clan is my brother-in-law. I see. Bai Xiachen nods his head like he's understanding it now. Then turning to the big bodyguard nearby. Big Bear, go tell my father to change the housekeeper, we don't need such a person working under us. Batty father really messed up this time. He's been here for 8 years and doesn't even realize Mother's enemy is actually right under his nose. I wonder what mother will do to him if I tell her about this blunder. Will baddie father be shown the whip? Tian Wen's expression promptly crumbled into a look of horror and shock. Little young master, is there a misunderstanding between us? My brother-in-law has been working faithfully under the Water Clan's rule. How can you dismiss him so readily? Grinning right up to his eyes at being called out, Bai Xiachen knew it's his time to play. That's easy, I don't like the guy and that makes me unhappy. What other reason would I need? If I don't like an individual, then it's only normal for me to change them out. Duh? As for the debt with these people from the Tian clan, I'll wait till mother gets here and let her do the final decision-making. I'm sure mother will be very pleased. Though baddie father did say not to let mother dirty her hands, but I'm sure she will like to anyways. Dad! Tian Furen's complexion hadn't looked good to begin with. Now after hearing the steambun's words, her face only got uglier as she stomped her feet. What's so great about this little thing? All he did is be born into a good life. If his mother didn't go seduce a sick bastard that's about to kick the bucket, why else would he be born? And now he dares to threaten uncle's livelihood and status? That young lord from the Water Clan can't be this stupid. I refuse to believe such a thing. The Wen clan's here, too, Fern. Tian Wen quickly grabs hold of his daughter's arm and drags hers behind his back. Little young master, you have to forgive my daughter, but can you give me a reason for changing my brother-in-law out? How can he just so casually say it's because he doesn't like the guy? Making a yawn as he lazily stretched those arms, Bai Xiachen didn't reply and instead turns to his own bodyguard. Big Bear, remove them from my sight, I want to rest now. Do not disturb me unless I call for you. Yes, sir. The one with the nickname promptly stepped up like a huge mountain that he was, blocking off the path for any chance of retaliation from these unwanted guests. Then again, the precautionary step was unwarranted here today. Tian Wen never even thought about hitting the steam bun, let alone retaliate. In fact, he's so scared of being thrown out by the big guy that he actually launched himself out the door on his own and disappeared from the corridor. And so, that's how the Tian clan had their first bout with the naughty steam bun. Dad, this little brat is too much. It's bad enough that he thought about matching me with a dog. Now he even called to demote uncle from his post? Based on what can he do that? Tian Furen unhappily stomps her feet after leaving the hotel, her eyes glaring with indignation at the glassy walls of the structure. Furen, do you now know the benefits of having power? Tian Wen also follows his daughter's gaze and glared up to the glass windows that blocked off his view from Bai Xiachen's room. If you can become the Water Clan's woman, then our family won't have to worry about this happening again. Please, sweetie, I'm not trying to force you into a marriage, but our family only reached this stage thanks to your uncle's position. Now that he's unable to shield us anymore, what do you think the other clans would do if they ever figured out your uncle's gone? Tian Furen got what her dad was implying, but just thinking about how she's going to one day marry a medicine pot that might die any time was sickening to her own heart. Dad, why did the brat target our family? We never offended him in any way, did we? Silly daughter, the man sighs at those innocent words. Did you not see how cunning that kid was? He saw through our plan from the very beginning, meaning his mother must have taught him about these power struggles from an early age. That woman is not a simple one. The boy's mother will be difficult to deal with if Furen is ever to be at the young lord's side. She will do anything to remove us from the picture, and before then I need to find out more on who this person is. The only one that can be the next chief's wife is my daughter, and if not, Furen must at least be the guy's secret lover. Tian Furen didn't say more as she hung her head in contemplation. She's still struggling on selling her own happiness out for power, but that deliberately soon started to waver towards giving in once Bai Xiachen's arrogant face popped up in her mind. Her hands had clenched up into a ball of frustration. Am I really going to have to do this? Do I really have to sell my own body out in order to gain power? Am I that much of a disgusting character, willing to become a brat's stepmother? Furen, you need to understand the situation you are in right now. That child in there is the young lord's son. Even if his mother can't marry into the Water Clan, she's still the boy's mother. No matter what happens, a child wouldn't want someone else being their stepmother when his own remains. Know this, you are going to face hostility no matter the choice you make, that's a fact. After saying that, The man ticks his lips upward into a smirk like the obstacle was no problem. Dad, please don't say any more. Fern's brain remains very messy and needed time to gather her thoughts. Tomorrow, I'll give you a proper answer tomorrow. After leaving the hotel, Tianwind didn't go anywhere else, only having the driver bring them back to their home. However, before the pair could even make it one step into the front door, the lady of the house had already come storming out of the front with an anxious face.